What is going on? What is going on? So for some reason, when I undo this, so I just put breakpoints in the undo system because I thought we were like undoing an ocean. We are. Okay. So why? Let's go look at. There's really not that much here. Sunday stream. So the issue I'm having right now, so these oceans now are dynamically generated meshes. For some reason, we're recording them in undo and then getting them back out of the undo. And well, right now they have no mesh when we do that because we don't store mesh data in undo. And I don't want to dynamically regenerate the mesh, right? So the hack would be to just, preserve any dynamically generated mesh, like from startup through undo. But my question that I have before that is like, why is this even in undo in the first place? Like, what is changing on it that we think we need to record? So I'm investigating that now. So when we do this, so we're getting a change message here. So let's break there. Scan one entity. If entities differ, if e.entity type is ocean map, we're going to call entities differ again just to see what happened. And that's going to trash our undo data because this actually puts more data into the thing. But all right. We're going to do that. Where is this? There. And yeah. We're already there. Okay. That might be from the default. Let's just see. Is it like every time I move? So I'm just in the middle of the level. Yeah, it's every time I move, we're recording the ocean map. This is why you want to investigate these things, because like, this is taking up undo data, right? Why? Is it something particular to oceans? Are like all gameplay entities saving extra undo data right now? I don't know. This is the kind of thing you want to debug and do a good job on before you ship. So let's see what the hell is going on. Okay, so what slots differ? Item name. Mesh. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. So we've never had a gameplay object with a dynamically generated mesh. Although I kind of don't know. Mesh. Yeah. We might be doing this for more than the ocean. I guess not, which is good news. So 0608 entity. 0608. 0608. So it's like this same entity every time. So it's just for oceans. All right. So then when I undo it, it's complaining. Okay. So where does that live? Okay. How do I want to do this? I'm just going to... All right. No, because that, yeah. So if a entity flags has the dynamic mesh, let's take the prefix off. Just again, you know, like I made this note yesterday, like I'm just starting to shorten some of these to get rid of the C++ style prefix, and because it's just nicer to not have such big names all the time. So we're just going to eat a little bit of a refactoring cost while we're doing this. So if our flags have dynamically generated mesh, then I don't think we flag indicate the mesh item, e.g. a flag set in metadata. If item name is mesh, okay. Cool. So now I have to check all other declarations of that constant. It's 5 occurrences. of that, and then one in vertex paint. All right. Let's get rid of our breakpoints and run. Now, maybe I can undo and the mesh won't disappear. Oh, it still does. So maybe my check didn't work. Let's see. Okay, this is weird. Maybe we roast the mesh for some other reason. Let's just see. Okay, it's still happening. This is weird. So okay. So maybe the flag's not set for some reason. Come on, bro. Oh, God damn it, dude. Just after you have good name spacing of everything, C++ is so bad. Okay, this is like a debugged. I guess because we're using this, I don't know, dude. I guess this has to be colon colon. All right. So at this point, I have no idea how we're interfacing with this. No, the metadata leaf items, that's not a type. Maybe we should come up with a better syntax for it. Probably shouldn't be a colon, honestly. That just says you're substituting the iterator with a custom one. So like if you do a for loop on a data type, there's a default iterator that it'll look up, right? If it's not a primitive type like an array, to generate the iteration. But you can substitute that with a custom one. And so for metadata, we have like multiple different iterators that all interface with the for loop, and you can use the one that you want for the situation. What's the dot before dynamically generated mesh? That means it is an enum. You know what? I'm just going to clean up these enums right here. That means, for example, it's an enum, but it's probably namespaced, right? But you know what the namespace is from the context because you know what type you're comparing it to. So you can just look up the name without having to use the type of the enum, right? Let's just do this. So this is going to create a bunch of compile errors, but we're just going to grind through and fix them because this is what you have to do. like, I could use a full file search and replace to do this, but I'm just going to be a little bit, I'm still going to do, I like to do these things in a little bit more of a manual labor way, because that way you're at least looking at all the situations. It takes a little longer, but like there might be things that start with entity underscore that are not these flags, right? Like, you know, I almost, yeah, we definitely, okay. We want to put a space in our search term. That's the first thing that we learned. I guess I messed that up. I am hoping, I am dearly hoping that that spaceship control panel is not in frickin' JavaScript, although I will not be surprised if it is. And anyone who wants to justify that can just leave the channel for all, like, find a better way to make a GUI. Dude, go play frickin' Call of Duty Advanced Thermal Warfare or whatever the most recent game is, and tell me what has a better goddamn UI, that game or some shitty website you just were on. Why do people make this argument that it's the best way to make a UI? Look at what these games do 240 times a second. And you think making a button is hard? Like what? God. Whoops. I don't even know what to say about this. It's just, there's these ideas like this that just spread because people are not very critical about ideas when they hear them. And I don't mean anyone in particular. I mean human beings broadly speaking. And they don't make any sense. The idea that somehow a web browser is a good way to make a UI doesn't make any sense. It's just what people are used to. Oh boy, I really screwed something up. Whoops. What happened here? Uh-oh. I guess this file had not been saved. All right. Let's search for that, because that'll cut down. Was there ever a possibility that we would have a nice web with similar UIs to modern games? Not really, because the web as originally conceived was not about presentation. The original idea was that the data that you downloaded from the web for your page, like the page you were viewing, the presentation was not specified by the person who wrote the page. The presentation was determined by the client. That was the original idea built in, and everybody went the opposite way. And so we have all these mediocre things that the system was not meant to do. And that's what everybody does every day, just like using semicolons. Why are we... Okay, well, this didn't work because I'm getting these from the same entity. See, sometimes when you look at your code, okay. This is just compensating for if somebody's mirrored. So. Is there any reason to create a retain mode UI in modern times? I could imagine you could make justifications for it. Like you could come up with better justifications for that than you could for like using JavaScript for sure. I don't think I would. I think my preference is strongly for immediate mode, but you know. Could the web be reimagined as an application running on an imaginary platform? Yes, that would be way, way better than what we have. If you said the web is like Pico 8, but for high quality text and bitmap rendering, that would be tremendously better than what we have. Like way, way better. Way better. Like, what is this? This was like somebody's optimization that isn't done. Yeah, these names are all going to be a lot shorter and more readable. This is another reason to do this by hand instead of a giant auto replace, is I actually get to look and see, is this an improvement, right, for every place of code that we're using this, or is it just different but not better? And it really is better. It really is better. Is it mirrored, or is it? I think it's is mirrored. All right. We're still going to get a ton of errors. Yeah, that doesn't work. We need at least one. Yeah, it's is mirrored. I deleted the is. Maybe it shouldn't be is mirrored, but we deal with that at a different time. Okay, we can't do that, yeah. This is an interesting case where like the semantics break down because you can't not something that you don't know what type it is. You either want type inference to flow the opposite way, which I'm reticent to do, or you could almost have like an and not equals operator. I don't know if that's worth it. All right. So now we have all these cases where we were using the using, like we were dumping all of these into the global namespace, which is really not the best idea. So now I'm going to go clean those up. Okay, the not we're going to leave. I mean, I guess if I had a good search and replace script that gave me a report of what it did, that would be faster and I could see what actually happened. Like the is now is totally redundant. We're going to take that out after we're done with all this. All right. Invisible does not fall. Okay. Oh, we're getting down to fewer errors. Really? Oh, the tildes. Tildes we have to do differently. Okay. So now we just have tildes. All right. Hopefully we didn't somehow destroy everything in the universe. Great. So like everyone, like all the JavaScript web programmers say, you need a bazillion unit tests so that you can refactor fearlessly, because you can't possibly do what we just did. So the keyboard navigation situation on UIs, I'm actually not sure why you're saying that. Like, I agree that that doesn't usually exist in IMGUIs, but I don't think, how would I say it? Like, what you really want is good keyboard navigation, and what you're going to get from retained mode. Like, on the one hand, there's the benefit, because you sort of automatically get keyboard navigation, right? Because there's this set of widgets and whatever, and it knows what they all are, but it's like really bad a lot of the time. But at least it's there, right? Whereas what you really want is for someone to put the effort in to make good keyboard navigation, right? Like, again, if you're playing Call of Duty Advanced Thermal Warzone Fair, you don't want like automatically generated controls. That's not good controls. You want like actually well-designed controls. So, I mean, I agree that it would be better if immediate mode GUIs had keyboard navigation, but I also would say that if you want the best thing, it should be hand designed in either paradigm. You shouldn't try to use anything automatic. So I don't see that as a win for one scenario over the other at all. It's kind of orthogonal. Yeah, good immediate mode GUI libraries all have retained data. Like, that's not, like, you have to retain data in order to do things like animate a widget. If you're going to have it light up over time or fade out over time or whatever, then like the whole point is that the user level doesn't have to think about that, right? And so that's happening somewhere. It's happening, you know, in the state tracking system of the IMGUI library. Okay. Now that I just did that really annoying thing, we're going to rename even some more flags. Right? We're going to rename mounted flat. We're just going to take these is. You know, it sort of depends what the definition of is. You know what I'm saying? Whoops. I guess we use that in transactions a lot. I don't want. All right. Oh my God. Transactions use is all over the place. So does metadata item. Yeah, we're probably going to rename all those eventually for consistency, but I kind of don't want to do that right now. I just want to do the entity flags. So is mirrored. All right. Isn't that nicer? So movement visuals. Whoops. Entity panel. Ta-da! Complex layouts are really hard with MGUIs. I don't agree. I mean, again, Call of Duty Advanced Blackout Armageddon Fair has a very complex layout. It's in 3 dimensions. Like, I just don't agree. That I used to do a lot of Emacs scripting, yeah, when I was like 19 years old. You think the thing with JavaScript is actually not that it's bad? Incorrect. It is bad. It is itself a terrible programming language. JavaScript was not supposed to be a real programming language that you write applications in. That was never the intention of it. It got attempted to get changed into that later. Don't pretend like it's a real programming language. COD UI is fixed to resolution window proportions. No, it's not. I mean, it's designed for a general range of probably mostly widescreen, but it runs on a bunch of different things that have different aspect ratios. That's what you're saying? Okay, whatever. I don't understand what you're saying then. Nobody knows the history of anything. That is true. I do not know very much computer history, and I seem to know way more than most people these days. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign. All right, so we can go back now that we did this renaming festival. Let's do one more. We can remove the type info tags. Making our source code shorter. Boy, I'm scrambling all these not really necessary syntactic changes with some really heavy-duty Ocean stuff, all in the same check-in, which you should never do. Never do this. Whoops. Whoops. Compile. Yay. Do we use the same mGUI code for the Sokoban player UI and developer tools? No. I mean, we just haven't really done anything real in terms of UI on the game yet because we haven't needed to, and we don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know how to style it and all that stuff. So anything you see, like if there's a game prompt or something, it's essentially something we're treating as temporary. In fact, I mean, like here's the frickin' menu, right? We're obviously not working that hard on this menu. Although there are some subtleties to it that are good. So yeah, it's the witness menu, but with it has some similarities to the witness menu for sure. Do I think a language should be judged by what it is designed to do or by how it is used? Both. I mean, it's not a language's fault if a bunch of dummies use it wrong, except it is a little bit because design encourages usage. So if usage is wrong, it might be that design is wrong, depending on what we're talking about. It's complicated. What engine do you use? This is Game Rust Interpreter Pro running inside Godot Engine, inside the Godot Unity Asset Store Godot Engine plugin, compiled to a DLL, hot-loaded into Unreal's DLL hot-load system. Because when you use when you use several engines, you obviously get a lot more work done than if you use only one engine. Like if one engine is better than no engines, then like 4 is way better than 1. Like I'm just trying to tell you guys how to do these things. I mean, just think of all the micro polygons we're going to be able to render with 4 engines, all right? It's going to be great. Okay, so we are now back on the actual problem, which is that when I undo, this disappears. So the thing we want to do is look at y. So we're going to go back to this, and this breakpoint, apparently this is still going in. Oh yeah, we figured that out last time. And then I got annoyed by debugging information and went off on this tangent. All right, let's not do it during startup though. I just want it just in the middle of running around in the level because startup is a weird case. All right, so boom, 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 boom. Okay, it's not set to dynamically generated mesh. For some reason, our debug info doesn't fucking tell me the values of these things, so I guess I can go look at it. The 8,000. So the entity flags. Why is this not drawing in hex? Hexadecimal display. Is that in hex? See, I can't actually. Like what? Let's do this. +4. Why do I have multiple? What is going? Why do I have multiple Visual Studio? What is even happening? What is going on? I can't go to Visual Studio at all. Okay, let's close this one just to make sure. What is even? I just can't switch to that window. It's a ghost window. Everybody, this is computers in the year 2020. They're so much better than ever before. It's just, well, that's just a window that's hanging out doing nothing forever till I reboot. Why does anybody think any of this is acceptable? Well, we've just got an extra Visual Studio that we can't control. Whoever wanted to be able to control their debugger? Whoever wanted to be able to control their computer? That's a stupid idea. Just your computer just does, it just doesn't totally work, and that's fine. That's how computers are. Why would you want your computer to work correctly? It's not like we send people into space with giant computers in front of them to control their spaceship or anything. All right, so let's go back. We're walking around in the middle of the level, and where even was I? All right, there we go. There we go. We're going into here. We're going into here. Okay, Visual Studio is actually decoding this information, and it is telling me that dynamically generated mesh is not set. So I presume this is because I just simply never actually set the flag. And, okay. See, okay, here's the thing. I set this here and thought that took care of it. The problem is we have 500 levels that had pre-existing ocean maps in them that didn't have this flag set. And then we go generate the mesh and the flag still isn't set. So okay, I'm going to do something here. In principle, this flag should be set on all ocean, but historically it wasn't, and we made like 500 levels. We don't have it. We could scrub them, but it's more robust just to set the flag here. Hey, look, I'm walking around and then I'm hitting undo and I'm undoing. Okay, so still some other problems. I figured out, so last night when we ended, it was like, hey, this thing doesn't get a mesh. Well, it does as soon as you edit it. It's just, it doesn't get it created automatically when you clone the entity. That's all. Let's make a thing. This is hard. We're going to have to make override colors be active on this because it's hard to see when there's more than one. Like very, very hard to see. It's weird. Like, why am I hitting the ocean? Oh. We're generating the ocean like coplanar. So it's kind of a toss-up which one of these we hit. We're actually going to put a field on ocean map that says how far down from the actual ideal plane that you recess the ocean. That's what the next thing we're going to do before we fix anything else. All right. Why is my cubes? Did I break the? No. It says I added cubes, but I didn't add cubes. What is going on? I'm clicking hidden oceans. That's messed up. Okay, let's, there's enough things. Okay. For some reason, we can click oceans when hidden. We want our downward value. We want cube editing. That might have been not working just because of the same reason as clicking when hidden. That's unclear. We want a tint on oceans so that you can see the difference between them. And we want mesh exists on copy. All this indignation about JavaScript is so juvenile. If that's what you think, just go to someone else's channel. I'm sorry, I don't have time for you. I don't have time for that attitude. And especially if you're going to use words like juvenile, you either don't respect the people, you definitely don't respect the people you're talking to, and then you haven't thought about it. And you don't have enough, probably you just don't have enough experience to understand the difference between reasonable engineering and what is actually going on. So don't say stuff like that here. If you're going to, just leave. Sorry. Well, which of these do we do first? Because they all matter. Okay, not tinting, that's later. Let's fix the Z value thing. So we're going to have a field on the ocean map. But we're also, what should we call it? What is it called? Like, I could call it recess, but I feel like if a liquid is lower than the surrounding container, what's that called? What's a good word for that? Trough, maybe. Sea level, enclosed. It's not about it being enclosed. It's just about what's the distance. Z offset, yeah, maybe. Engulfed, no. Abyssal plain. Come on, guys. We need better suggestions than these. I'm almost thinking like declination, but that's an angle usually. Why are people talking about JavaScript during every stream? I know. It's so bad. It's like... Yeah, it could be like surface recess. We could call it recess. Except that's a little bit weird because often it's an ocean that's outside everything and that's not recessed anymore. You know, because it's encompassing everything. Sometimes it's hard to come up with a word. I know that such a word exists. Draft is the sea level distance to the bottom of the hole. Really? If I use that word, though, nobody will know what it means. I just had the thought, I don't think it's actually true, but I just had the thought that I have more respect for white dudes looting Target and stealing candy bars right now than I do for people who defend JavaScript. I don't think that's actually true, but I had the thought. So that's what I think about JavaScript defense. Subnautica. Water's value, rim height. We could call it shore height. That's not bad. Shore height. Sink. Oh, sink. That's a very short word. Let's try sink. It's going to be -1. If it's -1, that means use the default value that's global to the game that we can adjust, right? So let's go to all.variables. We're going to say water sink default is like 0.13. We'll play with that value. Oh, except it happens. should we actually put that in the mesh? I mean, I guess if we do, we could vary it. I mean, okay, I'm in the middle of putting this in the mesh, but we can just draw it with an offset coordinate. I guess either way we would store the either way we would store the variables. Let's just offset the coordinate. That could be weird for culling and stuff, but culling of oceans. Okay, the problem is that won't solve the clicking thing in the editor. River is drawn in the ocean squares, yes. Z sync makes more sense. Why? What is X or Y sync? The sync sounds like it could be positive to sync down. That's what I want. I want a number that's positive. We're going to put it in the mesh, even though that might not be the right thing. I'm not sure. It's not obvious what is the right thing. Okay, so then when we go to generate the mesh, all right, so the Z coordinate is just going to have minus sync. All right, look, you can already tell it's lower. It's already lower, see? See, I can click on this consistently. I can click on this. This, that, this, that, this, that. Okay. It's weird how I could still select it. What if I delete it? Okay, if I delete it, I could add cubes. So, like, that's the x64 thing again. Let's add something. Oh, I forgot to test messing around with the value. Cube editing, because it's going to be so common to want to edit islands while the water is here, we should just ignore water raycasts, right? Like if I hit the water while I'm trying to drag on this island, right? We should just hit the island because we know what we want. So yeah, we're going to do that too. Okay. Sync is 0.3. Oh, we don't recompute it. But if we do this, there we go. Now it's lower. So we're going to want to, wait, what? Why did it reset it? Sync is 0.9. Sync is still 0.9. Oh, we should add the sync when we draw the squares. Oh, wait, we have two different ocean maps. Wait. Do we have 3 ocean maps or just 2? Did I like save after making one, but before shrinking it down and stuff? Okay, let's sync 0.3. Sync 0.2. I was getting really confused. I was like, why is the sync changing? Well, it's because all right. Wow, we're not even drawing with correct Z order, or like the shader's messing it up because we don't. Ocean sorting on render. Because, you know, even though you don't see it very fancily right now, these are translucent, especially in game. And so they don't write to the Z buffer for that reason. And so if you draw this one first, then you have problems. Does Lister have ocean entity automatically? I don't know what you mean. Okay. Let's fix the sorting. I mean, actually, no, let's fix the sync value first and then we'll fix it. We'll do them both. Let's just do them both. Okay. In manips, when we draw this stuff, all right, map.position.z minus get sync. We're going to make this thing get sync that does this other thing that we did. Right? And it's just going to say you know what? I might be oversteeping my tea here. What is the v36 tag? It says that member is not existing prior to version 36 of the struct. So if you load version 35, for example, out of a file, don't try to load that variable because it won't be there. All right, so now the sync should match what we see in, yeah, see how this is like on the thing and this is on the thing now? Whereas before it was like floating over. That's good. Now we got to fix this sorting. So here we're going to go I don't remember which way array copy goes. Yeah. So we're going to do this, sort oceans by Z because they are translucent. Okay, so we copy the array, we say sort oceans, comma, x maps to minus x position dot z, right? And then for oceans, I'm not going to call it map. Okay. Whoops, no, we compile. Okay, array copy didn't like me. Oh, I put the arguments in the wrong order. Sometimes I like source first, and sometimes I like dest first. Oh, is it, what is the sort function? Bubble sort, quick sort, quick sort. All right. Maybe I sorted in the wrong order. No, it's there, I guess. I don't know what I'm looking at, people. Yeah, I guess I'm always drawing in the wrong order now. And you're only seeing it where it's above water for some. Let's try swapping that. For some reason, I decided minus. Oh no, you want the lower thing first. So duh. Duh. Okay, well now. So now it's kind of working, except our we have this shader that like does what do you call what it does? It's trying to do like shore outlines, and I think that's getting confused by the presence of multiple oceans. Does this work? So I don't seem to be able to like this is reverting to 8x8 when I load it, which is weird. I'm not sure that I like that. Oh, it's that we're not, okay. I bet if I shrink it and then move it, right? Then, yeah. So the problem is we're not calling note change on this when we resize it, right? Like, except we are. Oh, we're calling it on the settings, but not the ocean map. And why are we calling it on the settings? Because the settings is staying this. Oh, God. So many things to fix. Okay. We did the downward value. We're sorting the ocean on render. We did that correctly. Okay. We want note change on ocean map. Okay, so let's go do that. See, this is how things, like right now, it's a little bit difficult to work with this because it's like hard to see and all this stuff. We're going to fix these things. But this is what games is like sometimes. It's like things are ugly and they're messed up, and you just have to just keep fixing things and power through. And they improve really fast. That's the good thing about being in situations like this. I mean, we're in a way better spot than we were yesterday or the day before, but there's a bunch of little things to do. Okay, so when we do this ocean panel thing, and we call maybe expand, we just need to do that. That will tell the editor that this is something that next time we save needs to get saved. What's the x64 bug? No idea. I've just been too busy doing this other stuff to look into it. All right. So if I go minus, minus, if I make this a little 2x2 and save, now it's 2x2. Okay, great. That is good for us. So let's make it a 4x4 though. Let's actually make this like a little level. We're gonna have to do something soon about things not drawing well underwater, because that's annoying. All right, so I'm gonna move this up for a second. Wait, what just did that like literally not? No, it did. Okay, I was worried that it didn't snap for some reason. All right, so we're just gonna give ourselves some more space here on this guy, and then we're gonna move it back down. We're gonna make a little ocean area. We're gonna make this a different color. Whoops, that was a mistake. So yeah, the ocean raycasting thing, I think we're gonna fix that soon. I mean, what am I building here? I don't know, man. I want like a nice big Avengers Infinity Pool. You guys saw that movie, right? Let's make this ocean a little bigger. All right, so it's kind of weird, like the shaders making it a different color. At least that means we can see it though. So we'll work that out. Have I heard that the Crew Dragon UI is actually a JavaScript application? So I heard that somebody posted that on Reddit. First of all, I don't know if that means I should actually believe that because it's the internet. Come on, guys. Secondly, if it is, I mean, that makes me sad and it's really stupid, but whatever. I mean, like Tesla doesn't have good software engineering, so why would SpaceX? Level name object pooling, yeah. Object pooling. Some guy in Quora said, yeah, I know, but like, is that true? Like, you never know. Maybe it's partially true. Like, maybe they were prototyping the UI for rapid development purposes 5 years ago in Chromium. And this guy was an intern that year and then left and thinks that's the way it still is. I don't know. You know, like, I just can't trust anything I read on the internet. It's all terrible. So that's all. It might be true. It might not be true. So we have lots of weird things going on, like our particle. We have a GPU particle system for oceans. It's now getting confused. See, all the particles are in a square in the lower left corner. That's the same size as our little elevated pool here because, well, because just some assumptions are being made that are not true. Okay, so the question is, at what point do we check in? And the answer is probably still not yet, but we're getting there. Uh-oh. Why is that guy not falling? I mean, theoretically I'm over the ocean. So that's another thing. Is that being caused by the fact that we have two oceans? Oh, God, dude. Someday I'm going to fix that one. Can't undo in an x64 build at all right now. Okay, let's look at why we're resizing the settings all the time. So if I just move this by a square, we resized the settings. Even though we're within the bounds of the settings, we didn't need to do anything to it. So, like, why did we do that? So, we still can't edit the ocean, right? That's so weird that we can select the oceans when they're hidden. Except, wait, now I can't. What? Wait, that's magically fixed now? Why? What? What did we do that would fix that? I have no idea. Why is the in-game shader different? I have no idea. Oh, you mean this part? Okay, what's going on there is there's like there's a shoreline generation pass that makes like if you see to the left of the gem in that little corner down there, it's sort of working correctly. It's making these little ripples. I don't know. That's really small. I don't know how well it's coming through on stream. Let me go. Like these ripples that are around the islands, right? That's being made by something that like looks at the Z buffer when you render water, and then looks for a gradient in the Z buffer and uses that to generate a mask, and then whatever, right? And so that's just malfunctioning for some reason is what's going on. And we're getting like complete blue from that. Apparently a 2016 GDC talk is the source of the SpaceX JavaScript UI mirrors rumors. I mean, SpaceX moves pretty fast. I would imagine that anything they did in 2016 is pretty different today. That doesn't mean it's not JavaScript if it was or whatever, just that like, don't assume that because somebody said something in 2016 that it's still makes sense. Okay, so okay, I don't know. I am skeptical that the ocean hidden thing is really fixed. I feel like that's going to come back at some point. Because we didn't really do anything to fix it. It appears to be fixed, that I can select what I want. But I don't know what that means. Okay, why are we resizing the settings? Let's check it. Okay, so for every ocean map, I mean, let's just rebuild and look at why we're in there. Oh, we're not actually, okay, see, this stuff should just be in that if statement, that's all. That's all that's wrong, hopefully. So when I move this around now, we shouldn't get a resize settings. Nope. Nope. Great. 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 Okay. So I suspect that the shore map malfunctioning there is just because like the water is at z greater than 0 and it's assuming the water is at z equals 0 or something. Okay, we need to make it so that if I make a new one of these, for example, by copy paste, it doesn't get this stupid question mark mesh, it gets a default. Also, if I instantiate one, oh, well, that's not true anymore. That's from the old days. We need to change that to settings. Ocean map already. Okay, so this is settings. Okay. Make of unknown type. Set default mesh. We have this entity defaults file. Like, what happens if I do like a sun entity? Sun. Yeah, so it doesn't get its things. So we actually generally want this. With special okay. So there we go. So we're going to have this make entity with tweaked default value. We'll pass the position because these other functions want the position. Whoops. Okay. If, oh, we need the type. How am I going to make something if I don't know what the type is? So we pass the type, and then we say, well, what's the type? Sun, camera, control, water, shore, ocean map, wall, okay. Look, it's manager, comma, position. All right. So we are doing these things. What do I think of Ogre 3D? Whatever, man. What stuff does note change do? It just records for the purposes of the editor UI. Like there's a little undo UI panel, and it puts a thing in there so you can navigate back and forth. And it also says when we're going to save the level, this is a thing that changed. So save this out as well. Manager missing from camera control. Good point. Now we have to say make ocean map okay. Pass the position. So we're going to say regenerate mesh. We're going to say we're going to give it a default size. So we're going to say resize. How do we resize ocean map? Ocean 5 by 5. That's a nice size. Make a mesh and return it. If we get down here, return null. Okay, make sun. We tried to pass the position. We're like, this is just leftover slop anyway. Like, maybe we start cleaning this up. Like, I bet make doesn't use the position. Oh, maybe. Does it put it in the grid, the proximity grid? That's why. Who adds to the proximity grid? It's just add to grid has to get explicitly called, I guess. So we legit don't need to be passing this position. This position is kind of a garbage. So, although, no, let's get this working first and check in and then remove it because we've made a lot of changes. Okay, remove position from make parens. All right. What we're testing right now, user is used before its declaration. It's just I shifted some stuff around. All right. Manager. Manager, I'd like to see the manager, please. Okay, so now we're going to do this. We're loading. We're going to select this, say copy, paste. It didn't work. The grid is the wrong size. Oh, because paste doesn't use that function. Let's just try hitting instantiate. That also didn't work. Oh, wait, because we instantiated an inanimate. We don't want that. Ocean map, instantiate. Okay, this is an old thing. Oh, wait. Okay, what's happening here is we probably generate the mesh, but then we call set default mesh. On it. Right, so we have this ocean gizmo. That's not right. Okay. So I think we were generating the mesh and then overriding it. So the question now is if we generate the mesh, is it going to stay? I don't know. Okay, ocean map. Instantiate. Hey, there we go. 5 by 5. It's all good. So that is good. If we make a sun, instantiate. Well, that's not. Oh, we're not drawing the. There we go. This is the actual mesh for the sun. We weren't in sun drawing mode. Camera control. Instantiate. There we go. Camera mesh. That would have worked actually anyway. Like, these ones, so make wall, there's actually no point of because it's not doing anything. Like we have this default mesh thing here, so we go wall, set, mesh, E. Except we don't want to use wall. That's like a deprecated thing anyway. So we're going to get rid of this. Camera control, okay, it sets its position and look at ID to itself. So there's a reason for that to exist. There's not really a reason to exist. Because We can set these in the entity constructor now. So let's go there. Oh, in fact, we do sort of set it. Right? And then ambient color. We would like to be able to use literals for this. Whoops, X, Y, Z. We just don't quite do this yet. But so for this, there's no reason to have that. Like the stuff that we're doing here is only for stuff that cannot be expressed constantly. Like set default mesh on water. Like why? What? Maybe that used to have a reason. Okay. So probably, you know, whoever did this just copied it from somewhere else. Didn't really know what that code was for. We don't need a comment that says we're adding a water shore entity there. Okay, make sun. Add default camera and sun. Whatever. Okay. Okay, so ocean map, instantiate, great. Let's turn sun mode on. That's the old sun that we're using, but we're going to do a new one. Sun, instantiate, there it is. Well, those are really the only two things that actually need this handling now. Okay, that's good, but we still need to handle when we copy and paste it. That doesn't work yet. So if I go copy, paste, we get that. That's different though. We don't want to initialize any of the default properties. We just want to make sure the mesh is set. So in paste, where is that? Paste, clone items. Clone items, there we go. So when we paste things, we're doing remapping of various IDs. Okay, post, paste, modify. If e.entity flags and dynamically generated mesh right, where does this happen? Okay, we have a weird thing. This works already for the wall sets, those cubes that I edit all the time. And like, I'm not doing it here. So where am I doing it? Let's find that out before we, because if you don't have the discipline to find this out and make it all happen in one place, whichever place is actually better, then your code starts getting messy really fast because like weird stuff is happening all over the place. All right. So these are the things like sometimes I actually try to demonstrate good programming, and like people rat hole on like tiny stylistic differences or whatever, but like no, good programming is it's deeper. All right, so I'm going to copy and paste this. You see it pasted it. It's correct, and it's got its own copy of the mesh because I can edit it and it doesn't affect the mesh of the other thing. So somehow this is happening. All right, so if I undo all that, when I go, what was that function called? Recreate mesh or regenerate mesh in wall set. We're going to break there and just see how do we get there. Hopefully we get there. If we don't get there, then something weird is happening. Okay, that's an editor. I mean, I could have probably just searched for this, but whatever. We're in the debugger, so. Oh, wall set. What am I doing? At this point, I definitely should have searched for it. Oh, wait, wall set is in editor? Is that? Yeah. Okay. How do we get here? Copy, paste. Recreate. That's actually a better place. That's actually a better place. And what we'll do, because we missed this, what we're going to do is have a little thing here that says if it's a dynamically generated mesh and we don't handle it, print an error. And then we can search for that error, right? Okay. That's better than this probably, because recreate happens not just when pasting, but when various things happen. All right. So recreate if e.entity flags and dynamically generated mesh. Otherwise, like what we do. I hate low quality comments. Okay. If it's got a dynamically generated mesh, then hopefully it's one of the things that we know about. So it's a wall set or an ocean map. And these, it looks like the same function, but these are overloads, which is why we're casting here. Okay, and then in the default, we'll say editor report tprint error, don't know how to regenerate dynamic mesh for entity type, whatever. Whoops. Okay, so that will be a thing that we will notice next time and search for it and all that. Okay, so now if I copy, paste, hey, look, we get a mesh. That's great. All right, so mostly we've been screwing around. I kind of want to check in, even though you can't edit oceans yet. We're going to do that. We've just piled up a bunch of changes. So if we pass Benny test, we will check in, and then we'll continue with some of these things. Any questions about what I was just doing? Any, you know, do people get it? Do people get what's going on generally? Also, how come we have 540 viewers? Did like Casey end and come raid us, or like what happened? He's still on. Okay. Well, it's just a good, you know, everybody's tired of looting and rioting, so they're just sitting down watching Twitch today. Everyone decided that being a member of Antifa isn't that cool anymore. So they're opening Unity and learning how to do video games. I don't know. This is good. Oh, I've never seen that level before. That one that just went by. That must be one of the new levels. It's pretty cool having other people besides me make levels again. We go through phases where we've done that, right? And early on, it was interesting, but we were also very early. Like, we didn't have that many levels. And now, and so new levels that were made were a little bit random because it's just like there's this big possibility space, and we're just making stuff in it. And now it's a little more intentional because we've mapped out the space a little bit. So it's like, I don't know, it's pretty interesting to go see. Did I design the Benny Hill test after levels are playable to see if new changes break stuff? Or did I preemptively design the game to be testable? No, that's I guess it depends on what you mean by design the game to be testable. Can you give me an example of what it would mean to design a game to be testable? Because I'm not sure if you're asking like an engineering question about how do you make code so that you can reentrantly like do things deterministically, or I don't know if you're asking about some weird TDD bullcrap that I hate. Like, you know, it's hard. That question could go either way. You know what I mean? Yeah, the overworld map it's not a very good organization of the levels right now, but that's what it will be. And yeah, with new ocean functionality, a lot can change. We'll be able to make a few new sets of levels that use multi-level ocean or water because it's not really ocean anymore at that point. And I think that's fine. How many levels targeted in the release? We have no idea. We do have more than 500 levels in this test suite right now. So these are all levels that are pretty much intended to be played. They're not all really good enough to ship. And you don't just want to ship kind of good levels. You want to ship like really good. You want your game to be full of really good things, right? So there's a virtue to editing, especially when your game is huge. That said, there are a lot of things we haven't explored yet, and so there's reasons to add a lot more levels too. How do I eat so many stacks and stay so thin? I am kind of chubby, honestly. Yeah, we don't really work on making the levels graphically nice. Well, first of all, until we know they're approximately done, because otherwise you waste all this work making levels look nice that aren't going to be in the game or whatever. But then secondly, it's going to be a huge effort to do all the graphics for all the levels in the end. And so we're sort of in... Like, we're going to have to ramp up in some way and get a lot more effort focused on making that happen in the end. So right now, we're sort of going more slowly because we have fewer people on it, but also because we're developing the look. Like, all of this is, of course, just not really the look of the game because it's mostly cubes and stuff, right? But every once in a while, a level will come up that you'll see like, oh yeah, this is one that people have been working on and looks interesting. Yeah, I'm a little bit chubby, but you know, I'm doing okay for how old I am, honestly. And for how little I exercise these days, I'm doing okay. How many artists are working on the game? Like 4. Hopefully I'm not forgetting someone. Would I want to put a level editor in there for user-created content? For this game, it could be a user-generated content kind of game. However, like doing that well is its own big thing, and I wouldn't hold up the game to do that. Like, I would rather ship the game. Most people just want to play what you made for them. So I would rather ship the game with the things that you made for them. And then if we wanted to do like a user-generated content patch, or I don't know, maybe that's even the sequel game. Maybe you could make user-generated content into a kind of game of its own, right? Then we could do that. I don't have coherent... Steam Workshop, no. Like, we might interface with Steam Workshop, but you don't want to build your stuff on Steam Workshop because that's just a way of Steam capturing you and not, like, I want people to be able to build stuff on the PlayStation 5 and share it with people on Steam, right? That's not going to work in Steam Workshop. like all this Steam Workshop stuff, I don't think of as ways to make a game better. I think of it as Steam's way of trying to tie you to Steam and of trying to make purchases happen, because it's all geared around like microtransactions and stuff, which like, I mean, that's fine. It's a way to make money off games. But if you were actually trying to maximize like interestingness and like design functionality, it wouldn't look like Steam Workshop. Can you interface with Steam Workshop without making it Steam Workshop exclusive? Yeah, probably. I mean, I've never tried it, but the thing is, of course, you know, anytime you try to integrate with some exterior API, like maybe it wants data assets that you wouldn't have otherwise, or maybe it's hard to generate them, or there's going to be a lot of friction. And so at some point, there would be a lot of friction, and like we want to do a good job on our own stuff. And if Steam Workshop doesn't do all the things that we support, which it probably wouldn't, then like, why would you support Steam Workshop exactly? Like, at some point, it's just like, don't do Steam Workshop, just do your own games thing. All right. We're going to commit this. Many changes involving multiple ocean map instantiations. Not yet done. Editing ocean flow is currently broken. Cosmetic changes to flag, entity flag use, and runtime only flag use. Okay. Look at all these files we changed. We used semicolons every day. I bet I've got no check-ins, don't I? Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, we have to take care of these. No check-in. Blam. Blam. I looked at that. Okay. No check-in. Okay. Yeah, we probably do that. Let's get rid of these. Yeah. And undo panel. We didn't end up doing this in this loop. I'll leave a note though. Do we have a problem with settings changes as mentioned, as generated by not showing up in the loop below? I don't think so, but be on the lookout. Okay. Do we still compile? Well, let's not release build it. All right. Look at everything. Okay, hold on. Let's just recommit this just in case. I don't think I could have added new files because I only edited the no check-ins, but we're just being paranoid. Look at everything we did. We did some work there, folks. I also did a little bit before I started the stream. These entity text files were from, like, I ran another scrub that fixed something with the coordinates of the ocean maps. Okay. No, we had one more. That's a really old no check-in. It was a capital no check-in, and I guess we only searched for lowercase. All right, we were going to do this thing where we remove the position from make, and that could break things, so I guess we'll run another Benny test after we do that. Uh-oh, did I oversteep my tea? Let's find out. Well, the no check-in thing is a custom thing that we did. Yeah, like it lets you, Subversion has a mechanism for like adding commit hooks, right? So you just make a simple commit hook that searches the file. That's all. Okay. Now what? Oh yeah, make. So everyone who calls this is gonna... Actually, let's test just not setting the position. See if that breaks anything. We're here, we started, we're walking around. We still have this bug, which, that's so weird, dude. Like, what is going on there? Maybe that's only to do with multiple ocean maps. Like, okay, here, there's one. If I load this and copy, paste, and like move it up and super shrink it, like maybe this will make this happen on this level. And that'll give us some information. So let's see. All right. Oh, okay. So right there, I hit the editor control that launches a level without saving and loading it because I don't want to save it with this messed up ocean. And that crashed it. So that's another thing. Like we do a special like object cloning loop, and that's probably not doing the right thing. So that's on the list. But for now, we're actually going to just remove this position from make, right? Which means everyone who calls it doesn't have to have this weird position, right? So we don't need this, and we don't need this, and we don't need this, and then we don't need Don't need this, and we don't need this. And then we'll just put that there for now. And then anyone else who calls make, which is, well, there's some other places. Make ashes. So that we'll put that in entity defaults right now, even though it's not really called from here. Okay. Make tree, I saw. Convert to tree. All right. Okay. Let's find out who else needs to get changed. Whoops. We use semicolons every day. Emitter. Gems. Activate. That really didn't go well. But we had to make water shore. Right? Or did we take that out? We took that out. All right. Create group. I forgot to delete these. All right, grunge work, but we do this sometimes. It makes us better. Sure are a lot of these, though. What's in level state? Oh, yeah. Okay. That stuff. Hey, we got through it. My tea is not even cold. Well, not all our problems are solved, like this still happens. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We're going to run another Benny test because who knows what that did. I mean, I think it's probably fine, but we're being careful. And then after the Benny test, since we had that Control F11 crash for the editor, we need to fix that because that is a crash. Crashes we don't tolerate. We don't tolerate except under very special conditions. All right. Boom. Boom. Look at the people doing the things. They're doing the things. They're going around. They're going around and around. How do I choose between writing notes in the program or writing them in a notebook? Those are totally different things. When I write stuff down on a piece of paper, that's my short or medium term to-do list. That is not anything to do with how the code should be. Anything that's like, here's how the code should be, or here's a problem that we're not going to fix like right now, that goes into the source code. You watch some pitch meetings? Yeah. I have seen every single pitch meeting except for one. And that's the Joker pitch meeting because I was going to see Joker, but then I still haven't. But I didn't want a spoiler on it right before I saw it. Did I see the Stoke optimizer thing on Hacker News thing? No. Can I show my notebook? What notebook? Like, I've been writing things down today that we're doing. That's all this is. Other pages have nothing to do. Hey, look, that one's blank. Here's one from yesterday that we've done most of. Like, this is not, it's not like my diary with my deepest feelings or whatever. Although there are a couple things on here that we do want to do still. Does the engine support normal and specular maps? Yeah. Are there videos of it being implemented on YouTube? Probably not. They did some interesting programmatic machine code optimization, non-branching code only. What good is that? I don't know. Just reading their little abstract at the top of the page, it doesn't look worth it. But who knows? Maybe it actually is. The problem is, just like with mainstream news media, when I see a paper coming out of academia now claiming to do something fast, unless they give me a very specific reason why it's a completely dramatic and obviously good trade-off improvement, I don't believe it and just think it's bullshit that someone was like half-assedly doing to get their PhD. Like, I have very little respect for computer science papers coming out of academia generally anymore. Which doesn't mean that that one isn't good. It doesn't mean that project isn't good. It just means that absent more investigation, I just am not going to get excited about it. Why do I hate academia? I don't hate it. I just think it's mostly a waste of time and resources. Like, we're paying people to not do real work, to pretend like, we're paying people to spend years pretending like they're doing something interesting in order to publish the maximum amount of papers. Why? Why are we doing that? It doesn't make any sense. What's the alternative for academia? Well, like, how about, here's a start. Don't give people PhDs unless they legitimately add new ideas that expand the contour of a field, right? Which means you'd be giving out way fewer PhDs than you do today. Try that. How about, like, it can't, like, if it's a process like it is now, like, the problem is it's been mechanized, right? Like, academia is a product that you consume as a student, sort of. Like, look, go here, do 5 or 6 years making your PhD, and then you'll have a doctorate degree if you follow these steps. It's the if you follow these steps, that part is broken. Because if you make steps that people are guaranteed to pass if they follow, then, I don't know. Maybe it's fine if they're just much better steps, but steps always get gamed. Okay, so that's part one. 2, stop making publications be a metric for productivity, because it's easy to just write a ton of not very good papers, especially if the quality level of papers is going down and down over time because the incentive is volume, as it has been going down in every field. Stop it. Like, just follow these few steps to get a PhD in 10 years. But that's what it is. That is literally what it is. Okay. You work with academics who are bullied into writing papers, but they just don't have anything worth you to publish. So they have to write meaningless papers and they hate it. Yeah, I mean, you know, but so then on my end, I look at all these papers coming out and I'm like, look, most of these are not actually real results. So why should I pay attention to them? You know? Even the ones that are real results maybe aren't a good idea because they're too complex for the benefit or whatever, and there's no adults in the room like deciding these things. So it's just a giant waste of time for the most part. I don't understand why we're spending so much energy and time and money on these institutions now. I mean, I sort of do, because you have to say that you have, it's the same reason that all organizations become bloated. It's like people don't know how to rely on, like, for example, unscheduled brilliance to advance a field. So nobody devotes resources to unscheduled brilliance. And I guess if you did that, it would be easy for bad actors to exploit. So instead, it's like, here's the institution where smart things happen. And that works in the beginning because you actually get the smart people. You actually get the really good people, but then over time it decays, right? Like anything. It's like NASA, right? NASA was amazing in the beginning, and now it's like, well, they managed to do some stuff. You know, it's like Bell Labs. Bell Labs was amazing in the beginning, then it kind of decayed slowly. Well, and then it, you know. Decay or stagnate? I mean decay specifically. I mean, there's this pattern that when an institution is new, because it's a new exciting thing when you form it, or because the person putting together the institution is smart and driven and knows what to do, you get good people, right? But then once that adult supervision is gone, like once an institution exists, you have, you know, whatever are the rules for how it propagates through time. Like, here's how we hire people. Here's how we promote people, right? All that stuff just tends to promote mediocrity, like systemically, because I think we don't know how to do those things in a way that doesn't promote mediocrity. Like, we don't know how to write rules for who you hire. You know, what do you do if you're going to hire someone according to rules? You like look at their resume, and how do you write objective rules for whether a resume is good or not, right? You're just going to end up filtering for mediocrity. So, and the kind of mediocrity that requires accreditation or certification, right? So like, oh, well, do you have a degree from one of these mediocre universities? Then you have the thing required for me to look at your resume, right? Because you can't, you really need to judge on non-objective criteria, but most people can't be trusted to do that and yield a good result. So it's like, it's a very difficult to solve problem. And it's the problem, like most of our institutions suffer from this, and we don't know what to do about it, honestly. Can't get a degree in situational brilliance. Exactly. Eventually the meta leaks out and people who don't understand it or came up with it just imitate it. Yes. Yes, exactly. If I was starting my career today, where would I try to work or what would I try to do? I would do the same thing I did when I actually started my career, which is I would start an independent game development company and work hard. Do I procrastinate? Not really. You get very easily intimidated by more experienced peers while trying to learn new stuff. Why? Like, it's probably, if I'm being honest, right, for the age that you are, if you're high school age, the people you're intimidated by don't have that much experience. By definition, they're in high school. So it's like, it's actually not that hard to gear up and overtake them and be better, honestly. So either you're motivated by that idea or you're not. If you're not, then I don't know, maybe there's some other personality issues behind that. Maybe you're looking for reasons to feel intimidated. That's a thing. People do that. So it's up to you to answer. I can't, not knowing you, I can't really answer that question. I will observe very few people actually want to get up out of a chair and start kicking ass and not be mediocre. Even when it's not that hard to do, very few people want to do it. So why is that? I don't know. It's human psychology, all right? Like, most people accept some image of themselves as kind of mediocre in many dimensions. They won't necessarily admit that if you talk to them about that, but it's very clear. When you know what to look for, it's very clear that most people do this. And why? I mean, maybe it's just how people learn to get through the day. I don't know, but there are many cases in which it's not helpful. What are my thoughts on null safety mechanism? I don't care. The worst part for you doing a PhD in CS theory was a huge percent of hours were spent on things that were not solving hard problems. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Let's take our really smart people who are really motivated and let's make them like do paperwork, like apply for grant funding. Let's make them TA classes. I mean, there's some benefits to TAing classes, I guess. But I mean, it's not really related to research. So most people just want to be comfortable, and becoming more than mediocre requires stepping outside your comfort zone. Sort of, except actually no. Because then you have the stress of, like, there's this kind of like slow, long-term stress of not being that interesting. Almost, I don't know how else to say it, but like, this is the kind of thing that in its extreme form leads to things like, substance abuse, like drinking all the time or taking opioids or whatever, to a point where it's a problem. Like, you don't do that if you feel optimistic and like your life is going somewhere interesting and like the future holds things that you really want to see, right? And so this explicit drive toward mediocrity puts people not directly into that zone of alcohol or opioids or whatever, but it puts them proximal to that. And that's a thing that we need to figure out and fix, So I don't think it's exactly about comfort, but I do think it is about survival, right? It's a human herd instinct thing. It's like you're safer in a survival value kind of way if you don't stand out, because people who stand out get assassinated in human history, basically. That's what it is. But you just have to grow a pair. That's all. Do I read Nietzsche? No, I am not very well read in terms of philosophy. It's one of many. Uh-oh. Our ocean is our ocean gone, or are we just in a different place? Our test finished. That's a good news. I think our ocean. Okay, it's just rendering differently. That's fine. We're going to work on that separately. So we're going to check that in. Remove position parameter from make. All right. So this crash situation, let's see under what conditions that happens. You learned from Hacker News the meaning of life is use Haskell to solve all the problems created by using Haskell. Yep. Yep. That is what you will learn on Hacker News. That is exactly right. Okay, so let's, if I don't modify this at all and I control F11, yeah, it dies. So we don't have a proximity grid. Probably. Why not? Do we initialize this in the opposite order? Look, we initialize the proximity down here, the proximity grid. When do we decide if something is wrapping? Like, I might not need to look at the proximity grid. I hopefully can look at the manager grid anyway. We should use settings rather than, because like the proximity grid is actually a secondary source. Let's try using settings. So like that. All right, we're loading it and we're going to control F11. Hey, look, it worked. So that's great. We're just going to check that in. Well, let's check a wrapping level that has water. Here's a wrapping level that has water. Boop. All right, so load it, run it from there. I mean, it doesn't have the particles and stuff, but we'll fix all that later. Okay. So that's great. Yeah, we'll check that in. Yep, there are definitely some levels that are very difficult. Because it's Sunday, I almost want to take a break and do some everyday genius square logic, but I want to fix at least one more serious thing. Or do I just want to push through and just keep cranking? I don't know. But the serious thing that I want to fix first is this whole thing about why can I walk around when there's more than one ocean. So we're going to see about that. Do I think machine learning could help with figuring out what data to load from disk for games? I mean, maybe, but it's honestly not that hard of a problem without machine learning. So like, it's just not that hard of a problem. How do I feel about the progress of the game in terms of development speed? Well, we're definitely building it faster than The Witness, at least relative to my amount of time working on it. So there's that. Okay, so let's put our dude like down here. Let's get rid of weird stuff. Okay, so the question is, of course, why can I even go there? So first of all, why can I go there? And then second of all, why am I willing to go? Let's check that, is willing to go. So in enact move, we have is willing to go. Interesting. Oh, because it's finding get ocean info is looking up whichever ocean entity that it gets first. which is the little one, and it's treating it as 2D. So we now have this problem. That I wanted to delay before. Okay, this is fine. Oh, come on. Right. So the z coordinate, oh, there is no z. Z coordinate is 0. So we want get ocean info. It's a weird thing because ocean info contains information about, for example, whether there's ocean at that square. And that's the thing that is being false right now. But it has other stuff like flow data and whatever that we actually we're in an intermediate state with flow data where it's being shared between ocean entities as a kind of a hack, but we're going to want to make it not be shared eventually. The little ocean is at the hot tub, yeah. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to make get ocean info start at the top. In fact, we should sort the oceans every frame from top to bottom. And then you can search from where you are downward. And if you get an ocean present on one of those, then we tell you that position. That should work for the majority of queries that we do. However, some of the queries might have some assumptions that we don't really like. So I think what I would like to do is, before I do that, I just want to look at who all calls get ocean info and why. Because sometimes you already know which ocean, right? So maybe we need to split it. So like if we're propagating flows, like, hey, the river is moving. There's this thing called a flow updater that does that. And the flow updater should know which body of water it's in, which it doesn't right now. So maybe actually we start adding that first before, well, we could just mark those. Anyway, you know what I'm saying, hopefully. So we're going to do that. That makes sense, right? Right. Let's warm up some new water. Who all calls get ocean info? Some people, a significant number of people. Okay, all of this, or many of these, I don't know. Many of these we know which ocean, but some of them we won't. We'll just override the main get ocean info for all of them, but later we can customize for those cases. Yeah, this is not too bad, but we'll look at each of these in turn. How's it going out there, people? Does this make sense? Is this like a thing that we're doing? It certainly is a thing. Are the borders of where the guy can run to based on the ocean? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. The outer border of the playfield is determined by the ocean, and yeah, you can't walk outside that. But you don't want your guy to walk into water and drown, so of course he won't. Of course the water affects his movement. Like, I don't understand. Maybe you're asking something different, you know? Like, the whole gameplay is that the water restricts where you can go, so of course we're maintaining that. Do not oversteep the tea. Well, we're having Bengal spice now, and that's not that big of a danger with Bengal spice. Okay. We probably now should actually include in Get Ocean Info the Z coordinate. We don't actually use that here. All right, Get Ocean Info. It's in Lilies and Rivers, and that's mostly so when our flow updater is moving, like we just talked about, stopping flow. Yeah, for now, we're just going to query all of the oceans when this happens. Maybe we'll just do that really slowly. So this is just calling into the other overload. This is for drawing flow updaters. Okay. This is if there's ocean present. Okay. This one, we're just going to have to see what that needs to be. Moving on to water. Okay. So I guess we can substitute all these with a slightly slower finger and see how it goes. I'm getting pizza style hungry. We might have to have some pizza. I'm weird. Like, I'm kind of hungry and kind of not hungry. I don't know what to do about this. Okay. We just want to fix this problem, and then we will consider hunger. Okay. So on Entity Manager, I'm going to have this thing called per frame oops. All right. So they're Z sorted. Used for get ocean info queries. Temporary question mark. Okay. So we have that. Now, what sorts of things for some reason we didn't reset the nudges. per frame Z sorted oceans. Okay. We're doing all this resetting. What is going on with our vertical spacing, guys? Get a grip on it. Okay. Now we want to update this every frame. I don't remember where we do that. Okay, we'll just do it here. Let's not do that. So for every ocean map, we say if it.entity flags, if it's invisible, it dot for destruction continue. Right, and then we're going to sort just like we did in draw. In fact, here, we're going to iterate backwards over this array because we want to go bottom to top. And here we're going to sort, and we are going to go minus here. That's a 50 DKP minus. Now, we're just going to do that. And let's see if we still compile. Probably not. Well, let's find out. Whoops. Yeah, okay. It's called Ocean Map. Ocean Map. 619. Okay. Now what do we do? Ocean Man. Well, we're not actually using this yet, so let's go use it. Okay. So we don't, this is using get first ocean map. Remember that? Eventually we want to get rid of that. Okay, our ocean info struct is going to include the entity ID. So now when we get ocean info, we're not going to do this, but we're going to go for manager.perFrameZ sorted oceans, if that's what it was called, right? Wasn't it? Yes. Okay. So we want to say, okay, if map.z is less than, no, greater than pos.z minus 1.1, continue. Okay. See, in weird cases where, we'll just fix these, never mind. There might be weird cases where due to teleports and stuff, we query ocean info that's like way far down. Okay, if this is the bottom ocean, is bottom ocean is, I mean, you could have multiple oceans at the same Z level, but we're going to say for now, don't do that. Index is equal to okay. For now, we're just going to say we're not going to do that. Okay, if it's not the bottom ocean, if we are below it, just reject and look for another one. And another one. And that by itself might fix the problem that we are already seeing. But, yeah, okay. So we're not going to do this underground barrier stuff because that shouldn't actually matter. What we're going to do instead, okay, we're going to do some stuff involving whatever, and then at the end, if we didn't do anything, we're just going to return dummy, which means no ocean if we return dummy. Here, we're going to say info is get ocean info of map and position if info.ocean present return info. There we go. So we're checking all the oceans. Now, this get ocean info info.ocean ID is map.entity ID, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Now what? Hey, there's people here. What are you people doing here? What is the function of dummy? It's just a struct that's initialized to whatever the default values are of the struct. Why are there people here with their handmade anarchy fists? Don't you guys realize that you're going to encourage looting with your anarchy fists? Have I been to Canada? Yeah, I've been to Montreal twice, but nowhere else in Canada. All these people from Seattle are here to burn down our Nordstrom. No one is going to miss Nordstrom. I like that Nordstrom. I have bought good clothing at that specific Nordstrom. All right. When you have to compare a large amount of predefined and known strings and return true with a specific one at the end, do I prefer using ternary operations or if statement? Why? I do not prefer ternary operator under almost any condition. I think it's gross. All right. So, how about the new C# null coalescing assignment operator? You are assuming that I even know what that is, which I do not know what that is. That is not a thing that I know what it is. Okay. We're getting the ocean info. Now, we haven't modified set ocean info at all, so that's the whole thing. But hey, look, I could... Okay, why are we at a super low frame rate? That seems bad. Because, remember, I resetted that array on the entity manager, but I didn't reset it here. Let's just give this a shorter name. Oops. So we don't want an infinitely growing list of oceans. There are only at most 11 oceans, or I guess 12 or 13. Whatever. Okay, so if I put the dude up, then hopefully he won't walk into the swimming pool. Well, he did, so that part didn't really work. Although, maybe it did. Like, we actually have to investigate that code, because that would be a thing in is willing to go. So our ocean info, by the way, we want to put a position there, right? Or Z value. Okay. So, yeah. All right, so let's check is willing to go. Do we have an ocean info? Ocean present true. Z value 0. That is not what we wanted. Let's try it again. See why it was that one. So here we go. Per frame Z sorted oceans. Map. Oh, God, dude. Okay. Z equals 2. That is our raised swimming pool. So this should be plus, right? Yeah, this should be like, look, if we're way under, let's make it 2. That's why. It was at our foot level, which means if you subtract 1.1, that's below the ocean. And so we're not taking it into account. Oh, well, it still didn't work. Why didn't I make debug build? Dude, because I'm not a good programmer sometimes. All right. Yeah, why do people ask questions about what I am currently doing? Can you do the thing that you are currently doing? Whoops. Set next statement. Okay. Info. Ocean present is false, really. Why? Probably because it's not using the ocean maps frickin' grid. It's probably using the global grid for some reason. I don't know. Position to index. Really? Pause. 10, 11. Oh, because we forgot. We forgot to subtract out the map's position. Well, we didn't forget. It's like a thing that we should have changed over. Ugh, it's not C++, guys. That we should have changed over when we did other things and didn't do. Have I been using Remedy much? Yeah, off and on. Still doesn't work. Why don't I just put this guy in a position? All right. Why don't I generate debug info by default? I don't know. Okay. Now, Z equals 2. This should be, yeah, okay, we got an index now. It's inside. We're decomping the ocean value. It's ocean present. It's got flow, which is weird. Oh, this is not initialized. Sorry, never mind. There we go. Ocean present, true. Flow, false, false, false. Direction east. Ocean ID. We're about to set. Why was that non-zero? Does decomp ocean value have uninitialized? Yes. Kind of dangerous. The more I program, the less I want this for the style of things that I end up doing, but whatever. So that shouldn't really matter here. Okay, so now I just screwed up my file by saving over it. Some things about Visual Studio are so stupid and bad given how many millennia of engineering hours have gone into it. Okay, so I'm here, and I guess we've still got our breakpoints, so we're going here. We get the info. It says the ocean is present. We return it. We return it. Okay. I mean, it says false. Oh, wait, that's under can go. That's weird. Okay, this wasn't where I thought it was anyway. Hold on. Let's just make sure this still works. Okay, so that works. That doesn't. And I feel like it's the Z check. Let's just see. So we're going to go back here. Like it's, you know, sometimes you fix a problem and then you have a different problem, but it exhibits the same, right? Okay, so there we go. We did find an ocean now. That's fine. So, but what happens is we walk down and do this Z check. And here we're going down to 0, right? And I have this water level note. What we actually want is we want to save this ocean info and look at the Z value on that. So this is going to be ocean info is in ocean info. All right. So Z bottom is 0.0. Well, if X found ocean, then ocean info dot Z value minus O.1 else O.0. All right. Okay. So then Z bottom. try that. So we were just searching down inside the hot tub to see if there was a floor there. Hey, look, look. Yeah. All right, cool. Now we'll do some crazy things that totally won't work. But, you know, then we go fix them later, and that's how it goes. Well, I mean, honestly, we should leave one of these down here for testing purposes. It's like, where did that end up? I don't know. All right, so things don't skip. Let's see. So this did fall and land. I don't know if we actually want to care about ocean depth. Like, it might be that just all water bodies have mud after one square, because I'm not sure we want to be in the business of, I don't know. It's something we will discuss. Okay. What does if x do? It is expression if. Well, I mean, this is pretty good. I think it's Miller time for now. Even though we have a lot of viewers here to watch us program. We may just switch to a gaming stream for a while because we've been programming for 4 hours and it's Sunday. And we could take little breaks on Sunday and have some pizza and be a pro gamer. Is there an else if in that, or is it only else? I mean, you could put another if x there. But the difference is, like, you can actually put large blocks of code there and then do a bunch of stuff and then pass the expression out. Unlike things like the C ternary operator, right? So you could do like, where was it? You could do like blah, hello, like that, right? I mean, I guess you could try to do that with the comma operator, but I mean, you can't declare variables inside the comma operator and what, like, it's not good. The fact that I'm not sweating in a gray shirt means I'm a program. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand the comment. It's Pentecost. You know, I don't even remember what that means. That's how long it's been since I was a regular churchgoer. Is there any reason why she can't just be an expression when used in expression context? Because, yes, the reason there's a separate construct is because the types of the two, because this is a statically typed programming language, the type of the thing in the then branch and the thing in the else branch have to both match. All right. And so if you know it's an expression-based if, or if the compiler does, then it does that type checking. Otherwise, it doesn't. You might say, well, why not just detect if the if its value is assigned? Because that's just not the way that type inference works in this language. That's not the direction that it flows. We might consider something like that in the future, but for now it's, well, I guess it wouldn't have to be type inference because you can know that syntactically, right? You can know if the value is being used. So I could see doing that. But for now, it's a separate thing. Will I support multiple returns? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's a little bit weird to just have the last expression be the returned one anyway. So like we could introduce a keyword that says this is the thing I'm returning from the expression if. And in that case, you could do it anywhere. It's an open question whether it's worth implementing all that machinery, right? Maybe it is, but I don't know. Is if X worth it if you're only saving yourself from typing return twice in this case? What do you mean? Oh, I mean, in this case, not really, but like there is a cleanliness thing about using this kind of construct, which is, I mean, in cases this simple, it doesn't matter. But where it starts to matter is like, I'm going to declare a variable and assign it to a value. And then if you start doing if statements around what that value should be, then it's not that clear really what's happening. You know what I mean? That's sort of the use case for it. Could be worth it if the same machinery is used with other kinds of blocks, not only if-else ones, possibly with macros. Yeah, I mean, it's just unclear right now. Personally, you'd probably write it into multiple lines. Yeah. I mean, I was doing it that way at first, and then I just decided to do this. But, you know, either way, man, it's the same situation. Let's do a release build. We'll do a Benny test. That'll take a bit. And then we're going to do gamer break. And then after gamer break, we'll come back and do more programming. And what'll we do? Probably just starting to make some of this gameplay work correctly. So like stones skipping. That kind of stuff. Wouldn't it be good with a deterministic way to generate things in the same way on the CPU and GPU so you don't have to send stuff back and forth? That statement really depends on what you're talking about. a lot of the time the CPU doesn't deal with a lot of the geometry. So if you have like a character in a skeletal animation, usually like maybe the CPU knows where the bones are, but it doesn't know where the vertices of the mesh are. Only the GPU knows that, right? Or whatever. If you're doing procedural generation at high levels of detail, I would expect something like that to be true as well. But at that point, we're talking about a system that's probably very particular to what you're trying to accomplish. So it's hard to make a general statement about how that should go. One of the things you like about Rust is the potential for blocks to return values. Ever thought of a syntactic way? We literally just said that. We literally just said that. Like the thing that we talked about for returning values from if x would be like that. And you'd probably, if it was a keyword or whatever, yeah, then you would be at like a block. A block that you're returning a value from is just like an if that you're returning a value from where the condition is always true. Like it's the same thing. So if you can do one, you can do the other. Would an interactive environment work for this language similar to Smalltalk? No, I don't like that kind of thing. It's not, that kind of environment is, every time somebody demonstrates like that, it's a very anti-reality demonstration. The reality is you very, very often want to change your data structures around in a compiled language, right? And so things in memory will not match the new code. So what do you do about that? Something very complicated, probably. And then if you have to deal with something very complicated, is it worth it? No, probably not. But who knows? I mean, if you could solve the problem well enough somehow, then that's fine. But I have a feeling that if people have not even done anything useful there for interpreted languages, as they have not, then good luck doing it for compiled languages, man. Because that's a whole other deal. Like every single interactive thing like that I've ever seen was for toy programs only. And nobody, like, I think it would be an interesting area for research of what do you do for an interactive environment that isn't for toy programs. But I have literally never seen anyone credibly try to solve that problem. Everybody just re-implements the same toy environment. And that is frustrating. Serialize data and replay. You're going to serialize all data in RAM? I mean, I guess, but you're talking about a very heavily managed environment at that point. Like, you would have to be programming to a different environment. You would not be like writing a native program, you know? Which is the kind of thing that happens in interpreted languages. And so maybe, like I said, I want to see someone demonstrate actual useful functionality as befitting the year 2020 in any kind of environment like that, and I've never seen it. So it's just hard to, like, what... Interactive environments are useful for using your computer as a tool, using functionality that is otherwise not directly accessible without writing a program. Well, sure, like, you know, if you're doing like Unreal blueprints or something, that's a much more user-friendly kind of programming for people in general, generally speaking, who are themselves not professional programmers, right? And once you start going there, it's like, sure, the sky's the limit, right? Like you can program in Minecraft. Like Minecraft is a programming environment. You can program in Shenzhen.io, right? That's a different thing. But then if your audience is not professional programmers, then the thing that you're using the environment to do is probably not professional programmer kind of stuff. What I'm interested in seeing, and what I was saying I'm dismayed that I've never seen a serious attempt at, is information that's actually useful to professional programmers. You would think that if the computer science industry were doing that much useful stuff, or the computer science academia industry were doing that much useful stuff, we would have serious research into that, but we don't have serious research into that, and it's annoying. What do I use to connect projects? How do you update dependent? What do you mean by update dependencies? The game and the engine are the same program, so there is no dependencies there. The compiler has very little to do with the game, so there's not really dependencies there. The only place where there's something like a dependency is the compiler like has a modules folder where code lives and it changes sometimes, but we're always compiling the game against that, so that's not a problem. In the long term, though, those things would be copied to the program. Academics aren't often running into real systemic problems. I mean, that is part of it, but also, I don't know. I almost don't know how to say it. Like the extent to which people are not doing useful things is staggering. Staggering, I say. He wants a package manager. Well, that's not how I do things. For visual language to be powerful, you think it needs to transpile bidirectionally? I don't see the point in that. Long time since we heard dangerous business. That is true. That is an astute observation. Are any of the big tech companies working on programming projects I find interesting? I have not heard of any. I don't know if you have some examples that might be interesting, but certainly everything that I've heard from like places like Facebook is just silly. It's a bunch of mirror levels, which is cool. Is any big company invested in this language? No. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Are Beyond Burgers good? I don't know. I had part of an Impossible Burger the other day and didn't want to finish it. But I don't know about Beyond Burgers. Like, I feel like everyone talking, like there was all this rhetoric about how good Impossible Burgers are. And I think part of it is just, I mean, maybe people who've never eaten a hamburger in 20 years just don't know. I don't know. They spent years of research to make a well-done burger. Well done is the worst. No, disagree. Well done is good. I like well-done burgers. Am I planning to do the Swift talk? What Swift talk? Was I planning to do a Swift talk? Business. Honest and popular don't go hand in hand. Hey, we survived. Uh-oh. That's too many fails. I wanted to have gaming time, but we can't. I broke something. Okay. So Defender, Drain, Pull, Drop, Party, Drowner, Input, Holy Value, Daily, Marmalade, Frog Range, and Yellow, 11, I'm seeing, oh! Whoops, I'm looking at the same list compared to itself. No, all these mirror isle levels failed, which means I did something dumb. Like, I could just walk everywhere. Oh, because it's set to invisible. Okay. We have to ignore the invisible flag now. I didn't think about this. So those have fake ocean, and so here, where did we put it? Per frame Z sorted oceans. Z sorted oceans. All right. Don't skip invisible oceans for now, since mirror isles, etc. Uses those. So it wasn't detecting an ocean on those levels at all, which therefore means stones won't fall in. You could walk everywhere. All right. So now, hey, look. Look, it goes. All right, so we're just going to check that in without Benny testing again because, all right, that's the x64 thing. We're not going to worry about that. Okay. Great. More work on multiple oceans. So, oh no, no check-ins. All right, we're going to become a gaming and pizza stream now. I feel like later tonight we're going to do another programming stream where we start making some of this functionality work on for at least some simple puzzles. And maybe also improve the rendering a little bit. What is my opinion on method syntax? It's not about syntax. It's about why are you complicating something that's simple? You think nested functions like foo-bar are less readable than chain methods? I don't care. I literally, that is not the class of argument that I engage with. Sorry, but that's just way too surface of a thing. And I don't even agree. And who writes chained functions anyway? Like, very few people do that. And why do you think that passing an object through multiple functions so that you can do dot chains, why do you think that's clean? Like, it's just making a big mess in order to make something that seems simple. I just, ugh. Sorry, but that is my very honest opinion on these matters. All right. We are now going to best Summit 3G. We're going to edit the stream info. We're saying gaming, making moves. No, that's copyright Mixer. Poning. We are poning at you know what we're poning at. You'd love to see me in a debate with fun function. I have no idea who that person is, but if they're a JavaScript person, I have literally no interest in that whatsoever. You rely heavily on typing my variable dot. Why does everybody think that the IDE's ability to look up a thing depends on typing a dot? Like, what is wrong with people? Like, that's literally the #1 objection that I get. You can't imagine how you would do that if you typed a function name or if you typed an object and then wanted to look up the function without a dot. Like, like what? Have some imagination. It could be something besides a dot that you type. Oh my God. It's just frustrating because that's literally the #1 objection that I get. And I'm tired of people who object to things without thinking about them at all. Like, do your job, think about what you would do and how you would solve the problem before bothering me about the fact that you haven't done that. You know what I'm saying? Like, compare number of global object versus number of methods. That's not different. Why do you think it's different? It is not different at all. At all. Zero different. Wow. Yes. That is what I think about when people say they need dot for autocomplete. I say, wow. Also, I can go off on my rant about how autocomplete makes you bad at programming anyway, but we're not going to do that one. I already ranted about this on stream like a month or two ago. Did I watch the docking? I missed it. I was still waking up, I think. Right, everybody, we're going to be playing more Everyday Genius Square Logic while eating Everyday Genius Round Pizza. You bought this game? This is a good game. Good game. Play. Canyon. Rise. I guess we're here. All right. Well, that's a 3. It's 5-2. And well, this has got to be a 1 because it's 2 lesses under. This has got to be 4-2, which is a 5 there. This is 4-3, so that's got to be a 2. Okay, this is greater than 4. That's easy. 2 greater than 1. That's easy. That's only a 3. Even 4. That's easy. Okay, Everyday Genius Round Pizza. 6x6 are the most annoying. I thought we were on 6x6, I guess at the end of the last zone, and then it reset to 5x5 or something. Or maybe that's wrong, I don't know. We need more warmth in the pizza. Okay. Well, this is 2 or 1. This could be 1, 2, 4 or 5 or something. Okay, this is 4, 2. Right, so 4, 2, 5, 1, 4, 3, 1, 3, 4, 2, 3, 2, 5, 1. Boom. Let's take the challenge. How's the desktop audio level? So seriously, the thing about when people say, but I won't be able to hit dot to autocomplete. Like when you say that, and this isn't to diss people right now. It's to hopefully provide opportunity for improvement, right? The reason it's so exacerbatingly frustrating is that it reveals that you haven't thought about this seriously at all, which becomes not even not even a discussion about that particular point. It's that you're arguing about programming language stuff that you haven't thought about. And like, don't feel like that's, and there's multiple aspects of that. There's like, I don't know. There's like, you know, people spending their own time and their own mental cycles in a very suboptimal way. Like when people argue about stuff they don't know about on Twitter or whatever. There's like, you're wasting the people's time who actually have thought about it. You're like elevating the noise floor so that there's all these opinions out there, and most of them are from people who haven't actually thought about it. So it's hard to find the opinions of people who have thought. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's a problem. Now, of course, I realize, like, oh, you know, hey, I was just asking this thing on Twitch. It was just like a throwaway whatever. But it's like, it's not actually, because it happens so often. Like, it becomes the substance of what's in the air. So I don't... When you say number of global objects isn't larger than the number of methods, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. Sorry. Any examples of usable global name lookup? Why? Explain to me why it's harder. Say exactly... Tell me exactly why it is harder. In any way. Like, and tell me then, if it's harder, then why do languages like D and maybe modern C++ and whoever else adopts it, that adopt UFCS, aka Uniform Function Call Syntax, are those languages somehow massively deteriorated in their ability to do this completion or not? And if you keep arguing this and you failed, if you're going to not have answers for these questions, but you're going to keep arguing, I don't even know what to say. I'm just going to, never mind. I'm not going to say anything else. Like, you literally haven't thought about it. You just haven't, like, think about it. Just think. Try to solve, and the way you do that is you try to solve the problem yourself. You say, oh, like, what do I think would be the problem? Oh, it would be this thing. Is that really a problem? Why? Under what circumstances does it occur? Have people addressed this problem? Is it possible to address this problem? And so forth. Like, because there's a lot of stuff. No. What? Okay. How, when you hit dot to do autocomplete, how does your IDE or whatever is doing the autocomplete, how does it know? There's a lot of stuff. You have a really big program with a lot of code. How does it know what it could possibly offer you for autocomplete? It must do some kind of filtering, right? Or what? Like, how does it know? Could I crop my camera a little? I don't want to bother. Sorry. We should move it, though. Or like... We'll just shrink it. I mean, cropping is like a sophisticated maneuver, but we'll just shrink it. That's too much. We'll just fit. We could go over the undo redo, and then you can see all the math combos that show in the corner sometimes. Pizza in a cup. Let's be honest, it's true. No, dude. If you do not start thinking about this before you argue, I'm just going to mute you for a while. Functions and members. Okay, methods and members. Great. So it does, you're admitting it does some processing. Okay. So if you were going to do autocomplete for function parameters, what would you do? What is the first thing you would do? Thing number one. I don't know why I'm getting so mad at just one person. It's not worth it. There's like 500 people here. 499 of them don't have this problem, so... I don't think it's an IQ issue. I think we now live in a society where for some reason, the thing that everybody has learned to do on the internet is to just say opinions without thinking about them at all. And like, it's not a very productive thing to do. And I just get increasingly frustrated with that as time goes on. Okay, this is 5-1. Those are both odd. That doesn't help. You legitimately want to hear what I have to come up with? What? Why? Like what? There's not even a problem. I don't... Okay, these are even. This has to be at least 2. So this is 4, and then 3 or 2. Because this can't be 2. Like, it's not like if you are doing the dot completion that's in your IDE, right, already, it's not like you're just showing lines of the source file, right? You're looking for the methods of the class. You're looking for methods of like super classes or whatever they're called, right? If it's UFCS, you're looking in global space for things that are compatible with methods. Like, literally... Like UFCS, where you happen to have not declared any methods, is exactly the same thing that I'm talking about, except you don't hit period. Like, it's just... This phone that I bought just started making alarm noises or something, and I haven't even installed it. $8 p.m. curfew alert in San... God, I gotta get out of this state. I have to get out of this state and go somewhere that's not full of Antifa people. That's what I have to do. It already is very slow and oftentimes doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, everything in these IDEs is slow and doesn't work though, right? Like even printing variables in the debugger is slow and doesn't work. So yeah, it's just where we're at. Have I ever played Abduction? Yes, I have. We might have played it on stream way back, I think. You hate seeing me eat greasy food with fingers? I'm eating with a fork, bro. How do I feel about Microsoft turning all IDs into distributed systems with LSP? I gave a speech about that you could find on YouTube. You can guess the answer, though. And then if you read the wonderful YouTube comments, there are lots of people going like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. LSP is awesome. Okay, this is obviously 2. That makes that 1. I don't know. Where are we at now? Is this 5 or 3? This is not 5. Okay, 300. What are our factors of 300? 3, 4, 5, 5. Well, that means one of the 5s has to be here. There's no other possibility. The other 5 could be either of these. But that's okay because we need a 5 and a 3, and we just got our 3 and our 5. Am I thinking about adding any more beta testers? We're just doing it in waves, gradually. We're in wave 2 right now. And we'll do wave 3 eventually, where we maybe double the size of the beta again or something. You can run at 3 times speed if you hold W, up arrow key, and plug in a controller. Hilarious. I mean, it probably makes for interesting speed runs. Okay. Three, 4, 5, 5. Well, that doesn't really give us any more information. So 2, 1. That means this adds up to 5. So that's 3, 2, or 4, 1. This is 4, 1, 2. Okay, this is 1, 5. We know this. That's the only way to get 4. 1, 5. So that's 2. We still don't know where the 1 is, but that's fine. So this is 6, which is 4, 2. It's the only way to make 6. And then 3 is not a factor of 8. That's 4, 2. Oh, 3. Here, this is 2, so that has to be 4. Or that could not be less than 2, let's say. So, oh, that's a 2, obviously. So we need 8, so that's 5 and 3. 1, 2, 1, 4. All right, so that's a 5, that's a 3, that's a 3. Humdinger. Puzzles unlocked. We're a geographer now. Have I had any new ideas since I released The Witness about that game? I mean, it's such a huge game. I definitely have ideas for little things to fix, but I mean, most of the ideas for the game are in the game, thankfully. Okay, 3, 2, 1. We don't really know. Well, that's not 1, so that's got to be 1. All right. 5, 3. Whoever came up with the idea of type unsafe languages, why? Well, I mean, we sort of gradually developed type safety. Because, like, KNRC, for example, wasn't that safe, and it was a big problem. But then we eventually got it figured out, but then we lost it again in the 90s, and that is a huge, heinous crime, honestly. Whoops. I thought these were both even, so I hit 1, but then just lucked out. It's actually, this is that. Whoopsie. Okay. 4, 2. Or, oh, no. See, this could stick out to here. It could be 1, 2, 4. Okay, 6 plus is 5, 1 or 4, 2. Oh, this is obviously a 4. Yeah, see, this at least sticks out. Yep, good thing we did that. That's not 2. I don't know, people. Okay, this is a 1. This 1 is plus 4, so that's a 3. Okay, 5 is not a factor of 8. Oh, but that's here. That's not there. I almost screwed up. This is 5, 2, so the 4 is here. All right. And then we don't know the order of these. So this has to go at least here and probably here. Like, I don't know if the odd can curve around the corner like this. Oh, well, at 5, 4, 2. All right, that helps. It only just solves the entire puzzle for us. Camera's blocking. Oh, because we changed our layout. Right. The deal is the layout for those 2-up puzzles is different. Wait, did our game just crash? Okay, well, game's gone. Let's launch it again. I just alt-tabbed. At least it crashes really fast. Canyon. Path. Okay, so it didn't record our puzzle. Let's just skip ahead. So let's put the camera like on the down here. Make it bigger again. Oh yeah, such big camera. Okay. 5, 1, 2. If I were making this game, once you get to a certain point, I would try to not have very many of these. I feel like there are too many. But again, maybe as the board size gets bigger, they're less relative to that. I don't know. Okay, 5, 2, 1, 4, 3. I don't know in what order. Not really help. Oh, 2, 5. Okay, 4, 3. Don't know. 4, 2, 1. And then, so 12 is probably actually 1, 4, 3 in some way. And so we don't know if this is 1 or 3. Oh, but this is 4, 2, 1, so there's no 1 here. 3. And then 1, 4, which makes this 2. And then, so this can't be the 1, so this has to be the 1. Okay, well, this is like either 1. If this is 1, this could be 3. Oh no, wait, we know these. And we know these. Which means we know these, and we're basically done. I guess. Maybe not. Oh, 5, 3, or 3, 1. Okay. Let's work this out. If this is 4, 3, 1, that has to be 1, 4, and then both 4s are gone from this column, but nobody else tries to use a 4. So the real question is, which one is 3 and which one is 1? Okay, if this one is, if this is the 1, then this is 5, 3. Oh, if this is the 3, this doesn't work because we have 1, 5, which doesn't give us. So this has to be the 1. See, we can puzzle. We can puzzle. Sometimes we can puzzle. Okay. 3, 4. Okay, 5, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2. doesn't really narrow it down because this is like 5, 3, and that's 1 or 5. We don't know where the 2 is. This is 1, 5 in some order. Which means this is like 4, 2, 1 or 2, 4, 1. Or no, 4, 2, 3. I don't know, whatever. We'll see. 1, 5. So that's not 5. This is 2, 4 or 3. Okay, let's start filling out. So that at least goes there. That at least goes there. That we know goes there. We're not sure about this, really. This has to go here. I guess, see, I don't exactly know what the shapes can be, but I'm gonna guess this isn't a thing. But maybe it is. Maybe this goes down. Maybe this odd comes over. I don't know. Okay, so this one definitely goes there. Which means that it goes there, and that's for sure. We already sort of assumed that, but it is what it is. The paint colors are for filling out the regions where these rules apply. Okay, this has to be that, which means this is 5, 4, really? Okay, that tells us something. This is 1, 5. That has to be 4, 5. Okay. It's really interesting how this works out sometimes. So this is 2, 3. We don't really know. Oh, that's 3, 5. That's 1, 5. 2, 3. I mean, I want to say this is... Okay, this 8, we simply can't make 8 with this. So it has to go around the corner. I'm going to say 5, 2, 1. Which makes this 1, but I haven't strictly proved it. Okay, 4, 3. So that means this is 4, 1, 2. Yeah, the paints can't overlap. Could the 3 and the 5 for the 15X be in either cell? Yes, they can be in any order. Okay, 4, 3. This is 1, 2, 5. 5, 3, 2. That's a 1 and a 4 here. So this has got to be 4. Wait, what? 5, 3. Oh, no, I assumed this was 2 squares, but like, no, it could go around the corner. Oh! Okay, so this 9 plus goes there, which means that's just 1 square of even. This is 5, 4. One minus, I guess, is this. So these can't be 5 because there's nobody contiguous. So 3, 2, or 2, 1, which still leaves 2 odd numbers here. And then the other odd number here. I feel like this goes way around this corner. And that this is 2 square of odd. Or like, even this, like what? Okay, what do we know? We know this definitely extends here. We know this definitely extends here. Okay, that blocks this. Wait. But that, my theory was that this extends, but it doesn't. This is 5, 3, right? Why doesn't that make this 4, 3? Oh, because it's 4, 1, 3, and then this extends down. Or 3, 2, 2, honestly, except it can't be 3, 2, 2, 2. So 4, 3, 1. Which means the 3 has to be around the corner. And then 1, 4, 5, 3. And then this 2 goes here. That's 4, 2. Oh, that's 1. That's 5. 3, 5. 3. Okay, we know this goes at least 1 square. We know it goes at least 2 squares. We know that the odd goes 1 square. Which means, well, I don't know what it means, honestly. Okay, this is 1 or 5. Kind of matters a lot. Those numbers are very different. Oh, we've got this. Duh. Duh. Why don't I just do the things that solve the puzzle? It's so funny sometimes. Like, okay. So this makes oh, okay. But this can't keep going because that wouldn't make 11. So I actually wonder how they make sure that I'm not sure how they vetted the puzzles to make sure they're solvable, but it works well. What am I snacking on? I had pizza. Okay, 4, 5. Okay, this is like at least 5, 2. So this goes here, this goes here. We're gonna say, okay, this 9, oh, it's a plus, not a times. Okay, never mind. I mean, this is probably 5. It could be as low as 3, though. This could be 3. Oh, no, it can't. It has to be at least 4. This is 4 or 5. This is 1, 2, 3, obviously, and that's the whole straight. This is where the 10x ends. Okay, this is definitely 5, 2, because these cells have the little fingers in them. So 5, 2. So that leaves us 1, 3, and 4. This could be 3 or 4, which means this is... This is not 1. This could be 1. This could be 1. Okay, so this is a 9 combo with only one odd number in it. It's got no 5, it's 3 digits, and one odd number. And no repeats. That means it has to be 2, 3, 4. Which makes this 1. Okay. That helps us here because, like, this is at least 2, right? Well, that doesn't really help us because this wasn't at the end of a long chain, but, right? This is 3 or 5. And this is 1, 5. That makes this 3. This is 1, 5. That makes this 2. We should have figured that out a while ago. 2, 5. Well, of what we have here, this has to be the lowest number. But this could be 1, and that could be 2. This can't be... Now, this could be... Yeah, this could be 2. It can't be 3. So 3 is one of these. 4 can only be one of these two. And, okay, well, duh, 4 is not less than 3. So this has to be 4, which makes that 5, 4, 5. Someone said right corner has to be a 4. If you meant that one, doesn't. Does not have to be a 4. Okay, what did we say this was? 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, 2. It has to be 3 or 4. Okay, this cannot be, well, we already knew this can't be 1. If this is 4, it's greater than either of these. Okay. We need a 1 in this column, and it can only go here. We need a 1 in this column, but it could go here or here. Oh no, because of the 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. What does straight mean? It means 3 consecutive numbers. However, they don't have to be spatially in order. They can be at random positions inside that box. They just have to be sequential integers. I might like it better if it was sequential. That might make it too easy, I don't know. Okay. There. 1, 5, 2, 4, 3. Doesn't. Oh no. 1. Sorry, I was assuming this was the straight. No, this is the straight. Okay, 4 plus. That's got to be a 3, 1, 5, 2. No. The 10 goes this way. 1, 5, 2 in some way. So we can't say much about this. But this is 3, 1, 5, 2, probably. Yeah, 5, 1, 2. 5, 2, 1. Oh, there's no 1 here though, because this is 3, 1. 5, 2. So this has to be 4. And then this, I think straights are always 3. So I think this is 5, 2, 1. Should make that, let's see. No. Maybe straights can be 4 long. Oh no, this could go this way. This could go this way, which means this is just these squares. All right. Okay, 4 plus is 3, 2, or 3, 1, right? So if the 1 is here, it can't be here. Three is not a factor of 10, so that doesn't matter. If the 1 is here, it can't be here. I don't see how it matters. Okay, wait, because we need... This is going to be odd either way. 3, 1, it's odd. That's odd. So one of these needs to be odd. But not both. So one of these is a 2, which means that's 4. So this is 3, 2 or 2, 1, which means this is 5. Which means this 10x has a 2 or a 1. Let's just say, if we've assumed this is these two, we shouldn't assume, but I'm pretty sure we've concluded. Because you can't make 12 out of 2 factors, right? Duh. So that definitely goes out. So 2, 5. 1, 3, 4. And then this is 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. 12x is 4, 1, 3. Which means this is not a 1, that's a 5, that's a 1. This is 1, 3, which makes that 2. Right? So one of these is odd. Okay, this obviously isn't 5. This obviously isn't 5 because 5 is not a factor of 24. So there we are. 5, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 4, 2. I just want a button that like does all the trivial, like I want the smart bomb that as long as there's trivial clicks, it just does them all. Okay. Even that goes down there. So these are all odd. 1, 3, 5. We just don't know in what order. 4. 5, 2. 4, 2, 5. 3, 2. So 5, 2. 2x. Okay, this is 11. That's too big for 2 squares. So this 2x goes here. It's 1, 2, which means this is 3, 2, 1. This isn't 5. This isn't 5. One of these is 5. It could be 5, 5, 1. It could be, yeah, it could be a couple things. Oh no, not 5, 4, 2. Can't be 5, 3, 3. Can't be 3, 4, 4. This literally has to be 5, 5, 1. No, what? Wait, 5, 5, 1. Oh, 2, 4, 5. Okay. I don't want to do that though because I'm using the information. So we're just going to let that slide for a while. 8 is 5, 3. There's no 3 here, so 3, 5. All right. And that gives us a lot more information. It can't be 1 here because that would be 1, 5, 5, which you can't do. So that's got to be 4, 5, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, 4, 2, 5, 4. Did I consider turning off the assists? I'm thinking about it. I'm just not sure. Maybe after I build a little more comfort with the game, I'll do that. Because I don't value the difficulty as much as the understanding. Like if I started getting lazy and falling back on guessing and it made it a worse game because of that, then I would definitely turn off the assists. One theory of why Sudoku got popular is the way it rapidly collapses at the end. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like a reward for working hard, right? Lol this game? This game is good. What do you mean lol this game? This is a good game. I don't know what your problem is. Okay. Well, this could be 1. This could be... All right. 1, 2. That. Or 4, 2. Ugh. 4, 2. One of these is a 2. That's not a 2. So one of these is a 2. That doesn't help us very much. This is at least 3. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4 or 5. If I considered playing Darkest Dungeon, I think I played it a little bit. I don't feel like it was a puzzle game, though. What do you mean by Darkest Dungeon being a puzzle game? Do you mean something else? Okay, so we have 3 here. Only one of them can be odd. So there has to be a 2 and a 4. It could be 2, 4, 5, in which case the 2 is in the middle. Or it could be 2, 4, 1, in which case the 1 is in the middle. So I don't think we can solve this based on this column alone. There are darker dungeons that are darker than the ones depicted in the game. Oh man. Somebody needs to get Antifa on enforcing the rules about video game advertisement. Jump to conclusions. It's easy to jump to conclusions in this kind of game. Hey, Casey, did you watch the raid? I kind of want to watch the raid again. I made Daniel watch it last year, and then we were going to watch the raid 2 this year, and we just didn't get around to it before he had to leave. You didn't know which one to watch? I mean, look, if it's rated version versus unrated version, I think the choice is clear. It has to be the unrated version, because the rated version is the one that they make lame to pass ratings, right? So when I saw it the first time, I saw it at Sundance, and like there was no rated versus unrated version, and it was just called The Raid. It wasn't called The Raid Redemption. And then I watched it later when I made Daniel watch it, and I'm assuming that I got the unrated version for us to watch, because that is just what I would do. But sometimes it means they added gratuitous crap to sell the movie. Yeah. I don't think so. But I don't know. The Raid 2 is so good that I get tired of watching it before it's done. Because I'm just like, I can't take any more fighting. The Raid 2 is so crazy, dude. But I wouldn't watch the Raid 2 without watching the Raid 1. Like, by the time you get to that kitchen fight toward the end of Raid 2, it's like, oh my god. What about Raid 0 where everything is striped? I haven't seen that one, man. I don't know how robust it is. Okay, we're having problems here. Let's try the 30 bagger. So 30 is at least 3 squares. There's no way. So 5, 3, 2. And it has to end here. All right, so this has to be 5, 3, 2 in some form. But we don't know in what form. Okay, this is not a 5. Neither of these is a 5. So that means this has to be a 5. What? Oh, because 5, 3, 2. Duh. God. I just said 5, 3, 2 in some order, and then my brain shut off. You're stressed to death by the time there's a prison fight in the mud. Dude, that's like the first 20 minutes of the movie. I'm so bummed that they never made the Raid 3. The dude is such a good... He's better at this than just about any kung fu movie director, and he's better at it than just about every Hollywood action movie director. So, like, someone get him some more funding. Like, just have him make a movie with American actors. Oh, this 20x is only these two squares. So this is 5, 4. One, two, three. Guys, why didn't I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Right? Why am I too stupid to count up from 1? Because I didn't watch the Raid 3. Be the change you want to see in the world. Dude, if I had money, I would give Shane Carruth money to make a frickin' movie. Like, I don't know why he doesn't get... I don't even know what he's been doing like the past 6 years. Breaking up with Amy Semmets, I guess. All right. 5, 3, 2, 3, 2. We don't know. 5, 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's not good to joke about that, but. Why don't I propose to make a Braid licensed movie called B-Raid, and it's fighting with time dilation and rewind? You know, Casey, usually when people make Braid name jokes, they're bad. But that is actually an idea that I would not mind doing. I, like, seriously would not. Except, that's pretty counter to his aesthetic. Grow as a filmmaker. All right, 3. That was easy. Ship it. 1, 2, or 4, 2. There's a 2 here. 9. That's got to be 3, 1, 3. All right. Which makes this 5, 4. Or 5, 4. See, I don't know which way it goes. If it's 5, 4, that makes this 2, 1, and this 5. If it's 2, 1, that makes this 4, 2, and oh, and it's 5. If it's 2, 1, then this can't work. This is not 2. Wait, why did I say 2, 1? 5, 4, or 4. 5, 4, or 4, 5. So if this is 4, this is 2, 1. If this is 5, this is 4, 2, 1. If this is 4, this is 2, 1, 5. Yeah. Nah, we don't have enough information. This, however, is 4, 2, 1, 5, 3. Okay, well, we solved it. Congratulations, me. All right, 1, 2 in some order. 5, 4, right? 5, 4. That's 2, 4. right? And then 2, 1, 3. Okay, 1, 5. So this is going to be 2, 1. And I guess that's 4, 2, 1, 2, 5, 4, 4, 5. 5. Did I see the apostle? No, it sounds familiar, but what is that? Is that like the action movie starring Chris Evans? That's kind of like John Wick, but starring Captain America? Oh, it's Gareth Evans' most recent film. Okay. See, I never remember. I guess it's Gareth Evans. Because the guy who did the Godzilla movies is somebody else Evans, whose name starts with a G. Then I always get the names confused, even though I shouldn't. I should see The Apostle. Have I seen Old Boy? I have not seen Old Boy. Okay, 1 or 5. That means this is got one even number. You don't understand what people like about Old Boy. I don't know. Have I played Factorio? Yes. Okay, this has to be 3 squares. 5, 3, 2. This is 5, or no, 5, 3, 2. Except it can't be. It has to be 5, 4, 1. Because if it's 5, 3, 2, there's no way to get a 1 difference. If it's 5, 4, 1, this is 3, 2. So 5, 4, 1, 3, 2 somehow. Okay, this is 1, 2, or 2, 4. It can't be 2, 4 because this is even. So that's 4. This is 1, 2. This can't be even, so this has to be part of the 9 plus, which makes, I don't know, 5, 3, 1, 3, 4, 2. Okay, this is 5, 2, or 4, 1. Okay, this is not 5. Could be. Could be. Actually, definitely 5, 4, right? Or, well, 4, 5. This is not 5. Or 3. So these have to be 5 and 3. Five, 3, 1, or 3, 5. Nah. No. I don't know. This one's hard, everybody. Does the top red square have to be 5? Yeah. Actually, good point, because it can't be 2. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Well, 2, 4. Or 3, okay. 3, 5, 1. Or 2, 2, 5. It can't be 2, 2, 5. Because that would make 3 even numbers, which we can't have. So, it's not 2, 2, 5. Could be 2, 3, 4. It's not 1, 4, 4. So it's 2, 3, 4 or 1, 3, 5. Either one, though. Okay, this can't be 2, because that would make both of these 4s, so that has to be a 4. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, 4, 5, 3. That's 1, 2 down here. And this has to be 1, because again, otherwise we're out of even numbers. Wait, what? Oh, 1 minus. I was thinking 1 divide. My brain is tired, everybody. Dude, your brain. Well, my brain. Okay. So this, pretend we don't know it's not 1. It could be 1 or 3. It can't be 2. This can't be 2. One of these is 2. And the other one is 1, and this is the only 1. So there we go. 1, 2. Okay, 1 minus. Can't be 5. This has to be 3. That has to be 2. All right. 5. 5, 4. So that's not a 3. This could be 3. This 1 minus is 3, 4 or 4, 5. Okay, this is 5, 3, 1 to make 9. That means this is not a 3. That's a 4, 5. Oh, we knew that. So one of these is a 3. Okay, this can't be 4 because, yeah, this has to be 2 because this is 3. Yeah, okay. Okay, that has to be 2, and that has to be 3. 1, 2. It's 4, 5. That's 3 established. And then 1 minus, that's 4. 1, 5, 1, 4. We're gonna... Oh, we're on the challenge. I was gonna say it's time to take the challenge, but we're on the challenge. Is this even real? Is what even real? Does it penalize you for not eliminating the candidates? Right-clicking on one of these numbers to check it off costs a move. So if I want to be as far under par as possible, I just don't do that. Okay, 5, 1. This is 2 or 3. So one of these is 4, and it's not this one. Because that, yeah, this is 3 or less, so that's 4. So this is odd, this is odd. Doesn't really tell me enough. Okay, this is 1, 2 or 2, 1. Which means this has to be 2. I mean, unless this could be multiple squares. I don't know the rules about when it decides to let things be 3 squares, but yeah. This is 4, 5, 2 if it goes straight down, which I think it has to. Right? So this is 3, 1. Right? And this is 2, 1. Only one odd number left. This has got to be a run here, 5, 4, 3. So that's interesting. This is the same as saying straight where it does have to be consecutive, except it tells you the direction. So, all right. 5, 1 doesn't tell us anything. 6, 2, 3. Oh, let's take our freebies. Okay, this has to be 4, 3. And then this is 4, 1, right? Because this can't go, yeah. It's 3, 1, 5, 2, 1, 4, 2. 3. Challenge, puzzle, accepted. Minimum number of steps. Okay, great. Yeah, it rewards you for doing it in your head. Because it's literally like the number of moves. Uh-oh, we're up to a bigger grid. Fortunately, we've got lots of freebies. All right. This has to be 6, 3. Man, we have to count up to 6 now. That's so high. Okay, so 2, 5, 6, right? This has got to be 5, because those other ones aren't factors of 16. 6 is not a factor of 40. So, I like how snappy the 5x5s are. We'll see if this stays snappy. Okay, this is 4, 1. So the only way to do this is with 20, which is 4, 5. So 1, 6, which is 2, 3. 5, 3. 6, 4, 3, 2, right? No. Sorry. 6, 4, 2, 1. 3. Well, we knew that from that. Okay. Take your freebies. I recommend taking your freebies when it gives them to you. I was adding these and saying 8 times anything isn't 30. What's going on? No, this is a multiply. 15, 30. 6, 3, 4, 6, 2, 1, 6, 6, 1, 2. Take our freebies. Taking our freebies. Okay. 2, 3, 4. So this is 4, 3, right? Which means this is 2. 6, 1, or no, it has to be 6, 1. This is 3, 4, 5. So wait, 6, 1. So we have 3, 4, 5 among these. Can't, with 3 and 4, can't get to 15. So 5, 4, 6. All right. 3, 1, 3. 1, 4. That's a 2. Oh no, 4, 2 maybe. Take the freebies. Notice the freebies. Take the freebies. 6, 4. That's a 5 then. So that could be 6, 2, and that's the only way to do it. Five, 2. Okay. 6, 1, 3. All right, so 4 plus is clearly going to be a 3 and a 1, and that gives us freebies. Freebies. Okay. 6, 2. It's great that we have big enough numbers that there's multiple ways to divide now, because division is silly on the small boards. 1, 4. Okay, 5, 3, 8. This makes a 9. This is 5, 4. And it's 6, 2, and 1. No 6 there. No 6 there because you can't get a 2, so that's the 6. Okay, no 2 here. Wait, 5, 9, 17, right? Oh, 6, 3, and 1. There's a 2 right there. God, I get punchy when I do these for too long. Okay. This can't be 5 because that's here. 3 and 1, right? It can't be 1. It has to be 3 to 1 here. And that makes that 1. Okay. Next. 5, 4. 3, 1. That's got to be a 6 because there's no other 6. 2. Okay, 4, 1. We know the 1 is taken, so 1, 4. 5, 4. 5, 6, 3. Okay. 30, 90, that's a 1. 5, 4. This is, oh no. 5 plus 4, 1. All right, I was like, wait, this isn't working. Okay, 6, 2. Which makes this a 5, 2. 6, 5. 2, 6, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4. I feel like this has way more rattling off of final numbers than a Sudoku does usually. Like, Sudoku is just a little harder to fill out at the end. Maybe that's how this gets when it's a bigger board again. Do I like the fact that it rewards me for head solving and penalizes for mistakes? I don't know. Like, it just becomes a little bit of a different game each way. Like, so... Like, I have this color coup set that I was talking about before, which is Sudoku with colored marbles. And so, and I guess when you buy that set, like, the puzzles they give you with it are not totally brutally hard. Like, they give you, like, easy, medium, hard, but they're not, like, the super brutally hard actual Sudoku puzzles. So I think they tone it down for the fact that like you can't do paper solving on that set. But there are still some things that are pretty hard. There are definitely puzzles that took me a couple hours to solve on that. But it feels a little different than regular Sudoku because of the lack of paper solving. And then I was using an iPad, like the app that's made and advertised by the Cracking the Cryptic YouTube people. And that, because it's got like very rapid excluding possibilities, I do way more like paper solving there than I would on an actual piece of paper. And it feels almost like machine-assisted Sudoku. And yeah, like the spectrum from color Q to like thermo Sudoku over there is very different, and it's interesting. And I'm not sure that one is better than the other. It's just an interesting difference. He was pretty good in Kick-Ass. I mean, I like Nicolas Cage in Adaptation. That's got to be my favorite Nicolas Cage movie. He was actually pretty okay in Mandy, too, I have to say. Okay, this is 6-4. Six, 4, which means this is not 6. How do I make 12 out of 4 factors? 3, 2, 2, 1. Or 1, 1, 3, 4. Or 1, 1, 2, 6. Ugh. So many. Okay, this is not 6. This could be 6. Oh wait, no, this is 6, 4. So 5, 1 can't be 6 here. So it's got to be 1, 6. So 1, 6, 4 leaves 2, 5, 3 here. 2, 5, 3 here. So this has to be 6, 5, 3 across. Six, 5, 3. This is 1, 2, 4. So that's 4, 2, and that's 1. Okay. Okay, 6, 4, 18. This can't be 2. So that's 3, 3, 2. Whoa! I forgot we're in 6 land. I'm used to just thinking about that as going up to 5, but it can obviously be 1, 6 instead of 3, 2. Have you ever watched Synecdoche, New York? Yes, I like that movie as well. That's a good movie. 2. Why didn't I take the freebie before doing that? Take the freebie. Okay, 4 minus, that's got to be 1, 5. I get a 9 million BKP minus for screwing that up. Okay, there's no 5 here. There is no crying in baseball. So that's obviously a 2, because 6 would be too big. That's a 2. 4, 5, 6, 5, 3, 2, 4, 6. See, the end of this, it's just, I feel like it's a little too much of too easy. Like maybe if it just auto-completed the rest of one zone, like if you click on the first one, I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, 5, 2. is 1, 3, 4, 6. Can't be 6. Can't be... It could be 4, 1. The 3 is not... Oh, it could be 3, 1. 108? What the hell is that? It's got to have a 6. Right? 6 times 48. 48 is... It's got 6, 6, 4, 2, right? No, I totally screwed that up. Oh, 6, 6, 3, right, duh. 6, 6, 3, or 2, 3, 3, 6. 150, okay, that's 50 times 3. So 5, 5, 2, 3. That's the only way, right? No. Right, 2, 3 factors to 6. I'm not used to having 6. I'm not used to having 6. But either one has 2 5s, which means this one has to be a 5. It has to be around the corner from the rest of it. That means this isn't 5, 3, so it's like 6, 2. It's the only way to make 8. So 4, 3, 1, 3, 4, 3. So 5, 3, 1, and this is the only 3. So 5, 1. 60 is 12 times 5. 6, 2, 5. No 6 here, so it's there. So this is 2, 5, which makes that a 1. 5 times 2. 5, 2, 1. Which is 3, 4, 6 over here. Not 6. So, and not 3. Or not 5, 2, 6. It's got to be 4, 2. All right. One of these is a 6. So 5 plus, the only way to do it is 4, 1, because we don't have a 3. 4, 1. Five is not a factor of 48, so that's a 5. That's a 2. 5 is not a factor of 48. Why don't you listen to me when I tell you that? That was a good way to get a bunch of numbers at once. Okay, 150 is 1556. That's a 6, that's a 1. All right, well. All right. Bam, baby. Dude, what are you doing? 48 times 1. All right. This is 4, 1. Now let's take our freebies. Take the freebies. All right. 4, 1. One or 3, and then a 5 down here. Blah. Okay, this has to be 6-3 because there's no 5-4. So 3-6, and then 1-4 down here. 4 is not a factor of 15, so that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 6. 5-3, 6, 4-2, that's a 1, which makes this a 3, 6-3. Okay. 4, 2, 3, 5. All right. 6-2. 4, 1, 3. Okay, 6-5. That makes that a 2. 5. So we need a 7. It's going to be 5-2, 4, 3, 1, 6-3, 6. Taking the freebies. Taking the freebies. Let's take the challenge puzzle. Take the freebies from Costco. They're not really freebies if in order to take the freebies you have to destroy Western civilization. Because like... So this basically has to be 6, 5, 4... Wait, no. 6543 isn't even enough, so there has to be multiple digits. Right. Also not really freebies if you need to pay for the membership. That is not what is being discussed. There's no membership involved. Okay, 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. Among these, could be either one. How does this game work? There are numbers, and you try to figure out the right numbers. Wow, I don't know where to start here. I don't want to start right-clicking. Okay, this is 5-4. There's no other way. That means this is 1. Didn't have to right-click. Okay. 5-1. So this is 2, 3, 6, which makes that a 4. And then 3 and 5, 6, which is 3, 5, 2, 1, 4. And then 3, 2. Three, 2, 4. So 3, 2, 4 here, which leaves 1, 5, 6. I don't know. Could be a lot of possibilities. Okay, no. This can't be 1. If either of these is 1, then we can't make 19 without 3 6s. Well, and if this one is 1, we can't even do it. So, what did we say? 3, 2. This has to be 1. Means that has to be 2. It has to be 3, 6, 5. See, we're making progress, everybody. We're making it happen. 5. Okay, this is 2, 1, that's 3. Wow. 4, 1, 1. 3, 2, 1. Don't know. Okay, this is not a 6. That means that's the only 6 in this column. 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 2, 1, 2. We're taking the freebies. Challenge puzzle. Can the colored sections include 2 of the same number? They can, but the numbers, of course, can't be in the same row or column, so it has to be like around the corner. Bridge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but there's 6 now, bro. But it's less than that. That has to be 1. We just don't know about the neighbors. The neighbors could be other things. Good thing it gave us a lot of freebies, though. Okay, so we know this is 6. One, 3. Wow, so much yawning. Okay, well, this can't be 5. That's got to be a 2. And that's 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 6. Only one even number. 1, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 2, 5, 1, 3. Oh, I clicked too fast. 6. Brain, engage brain, engage brain. All right, we flubbed slightly on the... Oh, that wasn't the challenge puzzle, that was the bridge. Okay. Okay. 3, 4, we're getting our freebies. We're really going in there. Okay, 5 minus, that's a 1, 5, or sorry, 1, 6, DKP minus. 1, 3, 6, that's 2, 4, 5. 5, 4, 2. 1, 5, 3, oh, 3. Bleh. Oh, 1, 5, 3, 6, 4, 1. But we don't know the 6 and 4, what order they're in. We know the 1. Okay, 4 minus is just 2, 6. Right, 1, 2, 6, 4. There's only one odd number there, and now only one there, and now only one there. Okay, great. A straight could be 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6. A lot of options. But this is 6, 5. 6, 5. 4, 2. Okay, this is the only odd right there. All right. 4, 2, which means that's 6, 2, 2, 4, 5, 1, 3. Okay. Well, this is 4, 5, 6 now, or maybe 3, 4, 5. Either way, okay, it's 3, 4, 5. It can't be 2, 3, 4 because those are both. It's either 3, 4, 5 or 4, 5, 6. Both of those have this 4. That's how you pwn, people. All right. Oh yeah, we have a freebie. 2, 6, 2, 1, 4, 6, 2, 6, 1, 5, 3, 5, 6. All right, 5, 2, 6, 2, 1, or 1, 3, 4. Bleh. Was at least 3? So there's no 2 in this. So this is 1, 3, 4, 6. So that's a 5. 6 times 6, 1 or 3, 2. I don't know. That's not a 1. These could be 1s. This could be, I don't know. 5, 4. Oh, this is 1, 2. That's pretty easy. 1, 2. Sometimes the numbers are very difficult. Sometimes we look at the numbers and say, I use semicolons every day, but I don't use numbers. Lower left corner with no 2 must be 3, 4, 6. What? What? Why can't this be 1? 3, 4. Is there a reason that can't be 1? Not really. Okay, this is 6, 2 because there's no 5. 6, 2, this is 4, 3. Can't be 1. Okay, if this is 6, 2, that's not 6, that's 1. Oh, I blew it. This is 3, 2. The 6s. Oh my God. Okay. 6, 2. 6, 2. That means this is, let's pretend we didn't know. That means this is 1 or 6. We still have one more odd number. See, this could be as high as 5, because these both could be 6s. Got to be careful about these corners. Oh, there's no 5 here anymore, right? Because of the freebie. 5, 4. Good point. Good point. I mean, we knew that, but we didn't know which columns they were in. We knew this. Now we know this. Okay. So this has to be 3, because it's less than something and greater than something. Which makes that 1, which makes that 6. And then this, well, who knows? But this is at least 5. So these are, this could be anything, honestly, except, yeah, one of these is a 6, which is, this is 5 or 4, but you can't tell from that. Well, we know this now, 2, 6. So this is 6, 2 or 4, 3. Don't know. Don't know. One, 3, 4, 6. Well, we knew that because those are the only digits. Problem is there's so many combos. Okay, well, okay, this is definitely not 6. This could be 6. This could be 6. It could be 6. Okay. We know this is 1, 2. Oh wait, this is at least 4. That's it. This is 5. Duh. And that's can't be 6, so that's 4. That was easy. All right. 1, 2. Which means this is 3 or 4. 3, 4. This is 2, 3, 6, which means the 3 is gone from here, so that's a 1. Now we see that there's no 1 here. So this is 3 times 2. 4. Okay, 1 plus 2. Ten is not a 6 here. There's no. It can't be 6, 4 because that won't fit. So 5, 4, 1. I think that's it. That's obviously that. 6, 1, 6, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 3, 4, 6. All right. We've been streaming for 6 hours, so I think it's time to take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll do some more ocean programming because we want to do some more of that. And then maybe later at night, we'll do even more square logic. Thanks everybody for coming and sticking around. and all of that. I encourage playing this game if you like this kind of puzzle. And yeah, we'll be back on in a little while after a break.